Yeah, Helena. I'll pass it to you because you got it in front of you. That's great. Welcome, everybody. If I can get your attention, we will get started. It's July 10, 2023. This is a regular business meeting of the Billings City Council. If you thought this was the County Commission, you're a day early, so you can leave, but I guess not. So, yeah. All right, well, welcome. If you would, stand with me for our Pledge of Allegiance, and then we have our invocation by Councilmember Shaw. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You can go ahead and be seated. So we have a Parks and Recreation question on the ballot, or on the agenda tonight, which I think is what brings, a lot of you here. And so I decided to read a poem by Mary Oliver that's called The Summer Day. Who made the world? Who made the swan and the black bear? Who made the grasshopper? This grasshopper, I mean, the one who has flung herself out on the grass, the one who is eating sugar out of my hand, who is moving her jaws back and forth instead of up and down, who is gazing around with her enormous and complicated eyes. Now she lifts her pale forearms and thoroughly washes her face. Now she snaps her wings open and floats away. I don't know exactly what a prayer is. I do know how to pay attention, how to fall down into the grass, how to kneel down in the grass, how to be idle and blessed, how to stroll through the fields, which is what I've been doing all day. Tell me, what else should I have done? Doesn't everything die at last and too soon? Tell me, what is it you plan to do with your one wild and precious life?
Thank you. Tony, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Shaw? Here. Gulick? Here. Neese?
Present.
Owen?
Here.
Joy?
Present.
Tariki?
I am here.
Tidswell? Here. Purinton? Here. Boyette? Here. Rupsis? Here. Mayor Cole?
Here. We have no minutes before us this evening. We do have council courtesies, I'm sure. I'd like to just start by thanking anybody who participated in Strawberry Fest this weekend. The city had a number of different booths, presentations, tables, great event, and I know council members were there as well. So thank you if you participated. And any other council courtesies this evening? Councilmember Ripsis?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to wish Councilmember Gulick congratulations on his recent wedding, and we wish him and his new wife, Shelley, many years of happiness.
All right. Congratulations. Do you want to make a motion to make that official? Or okay. Yeah, okay. All right. We'll pass with that. Other council courtesies, Councilmember Neese, Councilmember Owen.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, we just celebrated the 4th of July, and I really appreciate Harvest Church stepping up and doing the fireworks. It was a great show. If you guys got out there to see the show there, it was spectacular. Always a great time to be down there at the Metro to watch those fireworks and remember. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Owen.
Thank you, Mayor. Just two brief courtesies tonight. Right after the 4th of July, we celebrated the opening of the Castle Rock Park Playground. So thanks to the Park Department for a lovely event and all the members of the public who made that happen. I went back up today and it was still a busy and active playground with kids enjoying it. It's really nice to see that long-awaited project get finished. Also just wanted to share for members of the public who may be watching, we as council members have seen a lot, and I think everybody has, about property tax reevaluation. This is done by the Department of Revenue. There are statewide meetings, town halls, where people can come, ask questions, try to understand the reappraisal process and what it means. We already had one in Billings, and there will be another one tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. in the Board of County Commissioners meeting, which is across the street, kitty corner from us at the new City Hall building, currently the Stillwater building. The address there is 316 North 26th Street. In addition, if you can't make that, there are 3 remaining virtual meetings on Zoom. You can find the address and information for that at mtrevenue.gov or on the Montana Department of Revenue Facebook page.
Thank you. Any other council courtesies this evening? Don't see any, so we'll move on to proclamations. We do have a proclamation this evening, appropriately enough, in recognition of Park and Recreation Month. And the proclamation reads as follows. Whereas Parks and Recreation is an integral part of communities throughout this country, including in Billings, and whereas Parks and Recreation promote health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live near parks, and whereas Parks and Recreation promote time spent in nature, which positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being and alleviating illnesses such as depression, attention deficit disorder, and even Alzheimer's. And whereas Parks and Recreation encourage physical activities by providing space for popular sports, hiking trails, swimming pools, and many other activities designed to promote active lifestyles. And whereas Parks and Recreation programming and education activities such as out-of-school time programming, youth sports, and environmental education are critical to childhood development. And whereas Parks and Recreation increase the community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas Billings, Montana recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources, now therefore, I, William Cole, Mayor of the City of Billings, do hereby proclaim July 2023 to be Park and Recreation Month. With that, on to council reports. Council members, any reports from organizations that you serve on behalf of the council? Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Today we had our meeting of local affairs, and Superintendent Garcia came to our meeting. He was informing us about some of the results from a survey that was given out by SD2 and some of the concerns that the public has identified in the school system. And we had a general discussion about one of the agenda items tonight on our agenda, which is the Parks and Recreation going to the public. So we had that discussion, and I thank Dr. Garcia for coming. It was very fruitful. Thank you.
Thank you. Other council reports? Don't see any further, so City Administrator Chris.
Mayor and Council, I've got just 3 brief items. First one, the shortest. There's no ex parte communication received after 3. Secondly, when we get to the resolution for the Parks, Trails, and Recreation Bond question resolution, we do have, and we'll put it on the screen for you, 4 words and a comma we'd like to add. Nothing that changes the intent of anything here, but it just clearly, I'll just read it for you so you know where we're heading. We'll get more details when we get there. That where we listed Heights, Downtown, South Side, West End as city, predating, pre that we would add the word city, comma, including the Heights, downtown, et cetera. So the whole idea there is just to make sure nobody misinterprets this, that only projects could be done in those 4 defined areas. I think so. We'll cover that more when we get to that item. And then third, I know there was some dialogue about postponing the annexation map discussion. The request, staff understands that some council members may want to delay item 3 on the regular agenda tonight to a future work session. This is a joint public hearing and resolutions amending the limits of annexation map and annexation policy and corresponding annexation map. The city's annexation committee recommends approval. Staff would prefer the council to consider the items at tonight's meeting on in its entirety. However, if council wants to take a portion of the item off the agenda to manage the meeting schedule tonight, we'd like you to consider keeping the limits of annexation map amendment portion A on the agenda and take action on it this evening. The second item B, the amending of the annexation policy and corresponding annexation map, could then be delayed for a future work session and regular meeting. Why? We are concerned, we have been, that delaying the action on the limits of annexation map amendment tonight while not the intent, may cause at least one project that staff has been working with to consider developing in the city off Central Avenue instead of out in the county, not on city services, to reevaluate that project and doing it in the county versus the city. Further, the other two applicants for the map amendments have been working through the process with staff for about 7 months, and they're trying to begin their planning process. So we just ask that you consider that, possibly bifurcating it if you're not interested in doing it all. Obviously, it's your prerogative whether you want to postpone it all or separate it into those two areas. And that's all that I have, Mayor and Council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Ripsis?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to remove item number 3, both A and B, it would be my preference, from the agenda tonight and put them on the soonest available work session so we can move these things along but have a bit more conversation about the policy and the changes.
Second by Councilmember Owen. Okay, do you want to speak to your motion or your second, Councilmember Ripsis?
Just really quickly, I understand the desire to keep these things moving, and I certainly don't want to see any further county developments along Central Avenue there. I think, though, that we should have that conversation because, in my mind, 2 of the 3 are so far outside the anything we would call infill, that I think they should be considered as a package. And I didn't hear an option to say, could we consider one of the 3 on the annexation map instead of all 3 of them? So I'd like to have that conversation as a whole. I think it would be best. And I think we can move it quickly. It doesn't have to be a long delay. If we can get it on the next available work session and then move forward, hopefully that doesn't cause any issues with the developer.
Chris, do you mind if I just ask you if you know what future work session agendas look like generally? Do you anticipate any problem getting this on a work session agenda quickly?
I know our next work session is predominantly dominated with some public safety issues relative to talking about what's behind the ideas of crime prevention through environmental design, as well as we'll have a panel discussion with some information on Family Justice Center and that background. I can't recall what else is there. Maybe this could be added after that. We did have the following work session, the end of the month, the 31st, did look full, but the first work session, remember, because of the 4th of July holiday, we ended up with 2 work sessions back to back, one at the end of July and the beginning of August. That first meeting in August, I don't believe has anything on it at this point. So we could flip those around, offer some flexibility there. It may be tough to make it happen a week from tonight to keep it moving at that pace.
Okay, but it does sound like either the end of August or at the latest the very first week of, or I'm sorry, the end of July or the very first week of August would be possibilities. Good
Correct, and then recognize it would come to you at a regular meeting then typically a couple weeks after that, because that work session, the packet's already out the door for the meeting that happens 7 days later. So you're looking at a couple weeks in addition to whatever this component is.
Gotcha.
And
okay, thank you, Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I have a question. Maybe Director Friday can answer this. If we were to pass both of the resolutions tonight, if the developer petitions and has their property within that map, does the council still have the ability to approve or disapprove the annexation of that property? Thank you.
Councilmember Joy and Mayor and Council, I'm trying to make sure I understood your whole question. Can you ask it again? Because I'm not clear what you're asking about regarding the action that you're going to take.
Thank you. By putting the map, approving the map, and the developer petitioning for annexation, can the council say no to that petition for annexation, even though they are in the map?
Councilmember Joy and Mayor and Council, it's ultimately the council's discretion to approve or disapprove any annexation. including property within the limits of annexation area is, however, a signal from the city that the city believes it can serve those properties and can provide services and they can be annexed. So it's that's a critical thing to include something in that area if you were then to not be clear whether you wanted to annex it or not. But it is obviously ultimately the council's action for the annexation.
Wyeth, while we've got you, we're talking about roughly a month or a little bit longer delay here. In the grand scheme of things, that doesn't seem like a lot. These land use plans go on forever. Not forever, but often they're multi-year projects. And if they were to go to the county, that would further delay their project even more than just waiting for us to go through this process. But do you anticipate a delay of a little over a month to be a problem, a significant problem on this Central Avenue project, now that you know the time frame a little bit better?
Mayor and council, the concern we have with that one is that we've been working back and forth, that was proposed to be in the county. We visited with the property owners, the developer. They said, okay, we told them what we were doing. We knew we were going to be proposing the map amendment. They stopped and said, okay, well, we'll consider the city. They started down that route. Then it's taken us a longer time. And they were then trying to decide how long is this really going to be? And we said, well, we're getting this on the agenda, we're bringing it forward, and it's going to move forward. And obviously, you have to make the decision, and they don't know until the decision's made. But the idea was to get this back done and let them be able to move forward. They had submitted, and then they stopped, and then they want to resubmit. So I guess a month is a long time in this situation, given that we're 6-7 months from when we first started talking to them.
Okay, I just want to communicate to that developer. I don't think what we're talking about has much to do with their project per se. It's just the need to get into the larger policy. Chris, do you want to comment on Councilmember Tricky?
I was just going to build off of your question, Mayor, to Director Friday, which is wonder if the Central Avenue one, I mean, we know we have so much property both west of where this is, it's in the city. If the Central Avenue is one that the council is clearly strong about the map being amended for, how complicated it would be if they were to take action on that one tonight. That clearly tells that developer, that property owner, yes, it wasn't a mistake to take a phone call from the city and work with us on this, while the other two have in our annexation discussions, they recognize they are pushing the edges both east and west and north. So, Wyeth, could you comment to that at all, if that helpful that would be to know Central may be taken care of this evening if the council's inclined?
Yeah, Mayor and council, I think that would address that. The area, if you've seen obviously in your memo, for that is to include a larger portion, not just the one property, but a larger portion out to 48th, because that's been an area that we've been focused on for quite a while that we recognize needs to be shown as being able to be developed in the city, and make sure we have that signal out there, because we've had this property and another one actually also along there that are interested. So yeah, if we were able to address just that one, I mean, we could amend and get that out there and then come back to you with the other two pieces. The other ones obviously are very interested in the decision as well, because you have to make that decision before they kind of know where they're going, but they're on longer timeframes and phasing and such like that. So a little bit more time, I guess, would be workable. So.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Tricky?
In thinking about this, my intention going into this was to leave it on the agenda, pass the Central Avenue thing, defer the other two, and defer the conversation about the policy. That was what I was going to recommend that we do. And I would also say that, and the other thing I would say too is I'm fine with the policy changes that have been addressed. My issue is that there are some other ones that I actually want for us to consider. So.
I saw Councilmember turning his hand up, but Councilmember Rupsis, I think, is kind of the linchpin here, so I'm going to.
Certainly, I would be open to proceeding with 3A this evening, now that we know that that's an option, and adjust my amendment or motion to only address 3B.
Is that okay with the second?
Yes.
Okay, so I think we'll deem that to be the withdrawn and new motion. And Councilmember Purington, did you want to comment on any of this?
Well, my concern about 3A is that DNRC has been working on, I thought, the water levels out there. So I don't know what that project looks like. I don't know where it's at. So I'm not sure if that's even included in this area. I just think there's some unanswered questions.
So, Councilmember Purington, and I guess this is sort of a broader maybe comment as well. These proposed amendments, both the map amendments, obviously under your current policy, are the type of decisions you've made before, but they're significant in terms of the location. The DNRC study is not done. They're still modeling, so we don't have that information yet. I would imagine by next year or something we will have that. So that's still out there. And if these properties are able to be run in the city, then they're not concerned about that, obviously. So that's something we don't have new information on yet. The other piece of it, I guess, is even with the policy changes, is we are fully aware that when you embark, and you are embarking on your cost of service study and some of these other things, that there's a potential that we're going to be revisiting this policy in the not too distant future. So some of these changes that we're trying to do now are really trying to just, for the moment, send the right messages to the property owner development community about our interest in engaging with them in coming into the city. Obviously, you're going to make that decision, but that's what we're bringing to you. And so we're not, I mean, I don't want the council to feel like this is like the one shot to fix the, address the policy and you're never going to see it again. You're going to potentially see it quite soon after we get more information on the cost of service study. So I just wanted to mention that as well.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Purington, and then Councilor, we're probably ready to move to a vote.
So just to follow up, and it's not my intention to even expand the annexation map that much farther, but with that DNRC report, it could mean that there would be a lot more property, especially out on the west end, that would come into the city, that you would have to extend those limits of annexation anyway. Is that correct?
That's the possibility, Councilmember Purington, Mayor and Council, the possibility, yes, certainly of evaluating that based on what that information provides is a real thing, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Council, are we ready to vote on this? Councilmember,
Could you go over the vote again?
Yep, absolutely. So with the change in the motion, what the motion is to change our agenda to remove consideration of the map change for anything other than the Central Avenue project. Those are one of the three. So the other two are delayed on the map change, and further discussion on the policy, the annexation policy, would also be put off until we've had opportunity to come back at a work session. As with the work session to be put as soon as possible in staff's discretion. Is the motion clear? Okay, if in favor of that motion for change to our agenda, and I believe we need a 2/3 vote on this, we've got 11, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes unanimously. So when we get to that item 3, we will only be addressing the map change on the Central Avenue property, at least directly. Okay, thank you for your patience. A little housekeeping there. We'll now move on to our regular agenda. There's copies of our agenda on that back cart for anybody who needs it. This is an opportunity for public comment on things that there is not a public hearing on later. So in this case, that's only item 1, the consent agenda. So if you'd like to comment on something on item 1 and all those subparts, now's your opportunity to do that. Everything else, there will be a public hearing on later, including the Parks Bond item number 2. We'll get to that right after item number 1. So if you've got comment on item number 1, please come forward. Is there any public comment on the consent agenda item number 1? Just ask that you tell us your name and keep your comments to 3 minutes. Any public comment on item 1? There's nobody online. There's no one coming forward. So we will close our public comment period on item 1. Back to councils. Council, do you have any separations before we proceed to a vote? Councilmember Purington.
I'd like to separate item J.
Council contingency match for Mobilize Magic City project. Thank you. Any other separations? Okay, well, is Councilmember Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move that we approve the consent agendas as written, except for item 1J.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Bernice. Any discussion? Questions for staff before we proceed to a vote? Don't see any? Okay, so the motion is for approval of the non-separated items. Item number 1, if in favor, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. First separated item, 1J, Councilmember Purington, that's yours. Would you like to start us off? Either with questions, motion, however you'd like.
Well, I guess I would like a little bit more information about this project. One being, it's a matching grant from the city's contingency fund. And I realize that the Magic City project has not completed their $10,000. So that wouldn't be awarded till then. But I would also like to see how mobilizing the Magic City project fits into our priority list. Thank you.
Okay, so I heard a couple questions about the project generally and then prioritization. Councilmember Joy would like to comment. Is that okay? And then if the staff can be thinking if there's somebody at the staff level. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Councilmember Purington, for an opportunity to speak to this ask from the contingency fund. One of the things that has become a priority is SEPTED principles, and public art is part of the reason why our alleyways in the downtown area are really transforming and looking quite different. Is that public art is a part of the way that you activate a public space in order to keep it safer. And I think it's also with our traffic calming. That is part of the rationale behind the grant that was given by the Bloomberg Foundation through the mayor for the paint that was put down on the north side. So I think it really does address our priorities in terms of SEPTED principles and also activating public spaces in terms of safety. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any Councilmember Shaw?
Yes, I move to approve item 1J.
Okay. Second by Councilmember Joy. So you do have a motion before you, Councilmember Shaw or Joy. Do you want to comment any further? No. Okay. Councilmember Bernice? Oh, okay. Councilmember Bernice?
Thank you, Mayor. If this is approved, I mean, the funds won't be dispersed unless the others receive the full 10,000. Is that correct? Or if they raise it 9,000, we're going to give them 9,000. Is that how this works, or is it all or nothing?
Thank you, Councilmember Bernice. It's for 10,000.
Oh, so it's not a match. It's just a handing 10,000, whether they raise their 10,000 or not. Okay, thank you. And then, will the council have any input into any of the art selection or places of art?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The process for the artist who is developing the hubs, the artist hubs along the bikeway, it's a public process. I don't know the exact selection process, so maybe Elise Monette could come up and make some clarifications on that. In terms of the committee that is advising the hubs, they include people from Public Works, a member of Public Works staff, a member of the park staff, a member of Riverstone Health, and I'm not remembering every organization. The Downtown Partnership also has a member that is part of the advisory. So there is an advisory council, if you want, or advisory board that has members of staff and other members of artist organizations in the city that are part of the process.
Elise, or somebody from staff, did you want to comment more about answer that question?
We can if you'd like more information.
Okay.
I might suggest I prefer we stick with decisions about annexation than art on Monday nights. That might be, that could be pretty challenging.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Thanks for letting me come and speak on this. First, I just wanted to clarify about the match situation. We have raised $9,070 to this point, so we're almost to that $10,000 match. We recently submitted a grant to the Billings Community Foundation for another $5,000, and we're continuing to fundraise as we go along. So I have no doubt that we'll raise that less than $1,000 left that we need to get to $10,000 there. Yes, as Councilmember Joy mentioned, this has been a very public process, and we've just met last week with Public Works and Parks. We kind of narrowed down some locations that those departments would find acceptable. The art pieces in the parks are going to go through the Parks Board, as they're currently the de facto Public Arts Committee for park space. The ones in the public right-of-way will work very closely with our Public Works Department on those to make sure that those are acceptable.
Okay, Councilor Bernice?
Another follow-up question, because I drove by the art on the street of North Park just a couple days ago, and I was kind of disappointed to see that it was really kind of covered up with stone and gravel, and a lot of, and you really couldn't even see what it was. And I'm wondering if we kind of keep the art out of the street, because it's just not a place that you can visually see it. Even if you're driving by it pretty fast. And so art is an acquired taste, and each person's art is going to be a little different in what they like. And so I prefer these type of things actually be funded by private organizations and not the government. But thank you.
Okay, further comment on any of that, Councilmember Joy?
Thank you. And I appreciate Councilmember Nice's comments. He's hit on exactly the crux of the problem. We have no process within the city in order to address artwork that would go in the public right-of-way. It's exactly this problem that this grant is helping us to work to solve, which is to put in place a process, a public and transparent process, so that we can essentially say to an artist who would like to put art in the public right-of-way, this is how you do it. Because we don't have a process right now. And this is the kind of problem that an artist would face if they were looking to do this. Art that is on a private property is essentially up to the owner of the property to decide. Art that is in the public right-of-way does not have a process, and that is what this grant is addressing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Elise, before we proceed to vote? And I'll turn it over to Councilmember Purinton.
I was just going to mention, so at the moment, we're looking at kind of 3D pieces of art, so you won't have as much of that issue of, we know the ones in North Park are being refreshed soon, but we did kind of want to address that kind of, things are hard on, the snow and everything is hard on our streets, so we're hoping that these will be a little bit longer lasting pieces.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Purinton. And then we'll try to move to vote soon.
Well, I think just to confirm what I think was said in the memo, Elise, is that you did say that this is a matching grant, so that their private money has to be raised in order for the $10,000 from the council contingency. And I think it was also in our memo that there is a council contingency fund, and they say, well, gee, you never use it, so let's use it for this. And I'm kind of on the same page as what Councilmember Nice is saying, is that these are taxpayer dollars, and I just kind of hold those pretty dear. So I won't be voting on this one. Or, I mean, I'll be voting, but I'll be voting no.
Okay, are we ready to proceed to a vote? Okay, we'll do that. So again, the motion is for approval, item 1J. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Voting in opposition, Councilmembers Nice, Owen, Purinton, and Councilmember Tidswell. All other voting in favor, so motion passes 7-4. That concludes item 1J. There were no other separations. Brings us then to a regular agenda and item number 2. Tony, would you read item number 2?
Item number 2, public hearing and resolution calling for an election on Parks, Trails, and Recreation Bond. Staff recommends approval.
Chris?
So Mayor and Council, as Mike and the team kind of queue up the presentation, as you recall, both from the last several years of priority sessions and most recently our June 19th work session, the council did direct staff to bring back this resolution this evening for roughly, $143 million of investments in parks, recreation, trail amenities in our community. Before I turn it over to Director Pigg, just emphasize there were no fewer than several dozen meetings, some very formal that included staff and council members, others very informal, community grassroots kind of work by community groups and others as we tried to narrow and have this discussion move from over $200 million worth of projects, if you were to look at each of the adopted master plans for parks, as well as our comp plan for 2017. So all that is a backdrop, not to belabor it. We want to get to the question, but I don't want to understate the years of effort that have gone into getting us to this point. And tonight, if the council passes this motion, the key is you'll be putting it in front of the voters at the November 7th ballot for them to ultimately decide if they want to incur this expense and make these investments. So with that, I'll turn it over to Director Pigg with the presentation. We've got, similar to the June 19th presentation, there's some similarities with a little bit of new information relative to what we anticipate. We're learning more about taxable values. We still don't have those official from the Department of Revenue, but we're getting closer to that point. And so Director Zeller is here also to answer questions there. And our Director, City Attorney Dahl, can answer any of the legal questions tied to the actual resolution and the ballot itself. So Director Pigg.
Thanks, Chris. Mayor and Council. So as Chris pointed out, this has been a long process. We've been a number of years, and these were the 3 questions that we kind of started with: determining the level of investment we wanted to make into a rec center, determining the level of investment we wanted to make into parks, and then also into the expenses of maintenance. And we kind of covered the maintenance one when we put everything back, pulled back from PD1 and placed everything into the general fund. So these were the 3 questions we were headed for. As we talked earlier, the original founding fathers had a vision. They had a vision of building around the park spaces. So, they started with North-South Pioneer Park, and the community was built around that area. And somewhere along the lines, that vision changed, and we just started kind of developing city, and we really haven't developed a park since 1980. So what we say now is that the City of Billings has an incredible opportunity to chart a new course for Parks and Recreations Department into the future. So Chris pointed out, we started out with $231 million worth of projects. This is all basically coming from those master plans and also from the Community Rec Center master plan. We realized that number was way too large. So through a number of meetings with the community and council members and the large groups, we started deferring a lot of that down. We got $60 million worth of cuts coming out of there. So then we get into this spreadsheet here, which kind of shows each one of those parks and then also the additional reductions that were made. Got us down to $173 million worth of a budget. Oh, one too far. Then, so there was some available funds. So Cottonwood Park has some cash in lieu funds. There was the Suburra money that was apportioned for a rec center. That took another $32 million off, got us to $142 million. Median taxpayer cost now is down to $153. We'll cover that a little bit more. So some of the projects, trail projects, working with TrailNet, working with Planning Department, we identified a number of different trail loops throughout the community that, need development that, important ones like getting us up Zimmerman Trail and getting us up 27th Street. And also, really important is getting us underneath Highway 3. As all those trails converge and we go out, it's going to be really difficult if we don't have that crossing that major highway. So here's that price tag for that. Good news is a lot of these have a grant funding portion to it or an alternative funding source. So that money it's a lot less than $6 million. And why am I not advancing now? So here's the Stagecoach Trail that gets us up Zimmerman. This is just an artist rendering of that. Another view of it, kind of a little higher up. You can see it kind of has to loop around the hillside quite a bit to get us down to the bottom at a decent pace. Castle Rock Park was one of our master plans. List of the projects that are covered in Castle Rock Park's master plan. Centennial Park, this one got quite a bit of an increase. Go ahead, Corey. We added a community center in there. We pulled that community center out of what was going to be Cottonwood Park, put it into Centennial Park, realizing that that park needed more, that area of town needed more activation. Colson Park down along the river, there we've drastically cut that one back to $2 million. Now it's $3 million as of the last committee meeting. I should have changed the slide. Poly Vista, there's a group who's raising funds to try to help build a accessible playground there. Spent a lot of time and energy getting us a Miracle Field there. This would help expand and finish out that park's master plan. And of course, then the big one, the multi-generational rec center, touching on, has the ice facilities, has the, the swimming pool facilities, plus basketball courts, but lots of recreation for non-sports type activities, including, senior activities, party rooms, things like that. There's your project estimate there, $111 million, but we think that dropped down to 110 as we took that other $1 million and gave it to Colson Park, bringing that total to 86, which would be actually 85 million. So here's where we come to the residential property. There's we don't have the final assessment yet, or final numbers, so there's some estimations in there, but it's basically about $50 per $100,000 worth of assessed value. So your average median home right now is $307,000, which gives you the $153 per year on the median value home. So last time when we were here, we had some questions on how some of these projects, how this was all going to come together. And construction management seemed to be one of the areas of concern. And I want to tell you, we thought long and hard about this, it's a team approach. It's not just going to be the Parks Department. It'll be other portions of the city, from administration to Public Works, all working together, banding together with, consultants, paid consultants. This is a model that we use in other portions. It's the model we're using for the new city hall. City administration and facilities are working together. They actually asked Parks to come in with them, and we help design some landscape for that. So we do that as a team approach. The West End Reservoir is actually being done as a team approach. They've hired in outside consultants there, and they've actually asked Parks to come inside and help with that too, to, help design and maintain the recreation space there. So, also the decisions that are going to be made as to what projects get funded out of each one of those master plans, because none of them are complete build out. Then we would go to these community steering committees, working closely with the team to decide which projects in those master plans should be funded. So then a timeline, that was kind of another question that was asked. How are we going to get these done? What is it going to look like? The first thing we got to do is design. As everybody knows, master plans are just that. They're a concept. They're a master plan. There's not really a design there. So the first thing we have to do is go out and get designs. And then that starts allowing us to narrow down how much each one of these parks is going to cost, what the amenities are going to cost, and we can narrow down which ones are going to have money to be built. We're looking at quick wins. The community's paying out this money. We want to get some quick wins. Stagecoach Trail is one of those. It's right there. It's ready to go. We just need to get the funding sources. The other idea is to group like projects. So if there's a loop trail in Castle Rock Park and there's a loop trail in Poly Vista Park, get a contractor that is on board to do both of those projects. Then that way we can group like projects, get better pricing, and also roll construction faster. Also, using multiple contractors on each site. So on a site. So maybe there's somebody there building a rec center or a community center, and then also somebody over there building the pickleball courts. That allows us to speed this process up, narrows that timeline. The zip line is actually from Castle Rock Park. You might notice that one. Corey's going to speak to us about activating these spaces.
Thank you, Mike. Good evening, Mayor and Council. As Mike was talking and as these amenities and assets in new investments in our parks get constructed, what it's going to do is allow us to activate those spaces, and it really allows the families to start to enjoying these additional amenities in the park. Loop trails, new and improved playgrounds, sport courts, family picnics, and even community events. Other way. So as we talk about expanding recreation, we talk about regional opportunities to bring the community together in all parts of town. So we've talked about community centers in the Heights, on the north side, in the core of the city, the south side, and the west end. The next few slides will kind of talk about some opportunities that those facilities provide. One of the big ones, especially this time of year, would be our summer camps, our after-school programming. So just that multi-generational opportunities we do there. Our staff's also talked a lot about how do we engage teenagers, and we looked at tech centers and esports opportunities for tournaments, leagues, and then the reality is those are the folks we try to hire year-round. So it's a good recruitment tool to get those folks into our facilities and hopefully activate them with helping us provide programming. Next slide. Obviously, we'll have space for additional instructional programming for kids, basketball. We'll have adults in there later in the evenings and even some of the seniors earlier in the day. Speaking of seniors and activating those spaces for those folks, we've pretty much outgrown a lot of our active space for our wellness programming, both in the downtown location currently and also in the Heights. In partnering with the Adult Resource Alliance, we've had to add extra space. So again, these facilities are going to help us continue to provide additional recreation throughout the entire community. Some of our real popular programs and just a small kitchen area provides us opportunities to do cooking classes, discovering nutrition for some of our active seniors, and a lot of special interest programming. And the next slide will kind of tie into some opportunities for groups. With kitchen areas, we can do all kinds of rentals. We can have business meetings, task force meetings, those types of things. So as we've talked about activating regional park spaces throughout our community, we also want to look at activating neighborhood parks as well. And we've started that this year with our pilot program, with our Rec to You program. We're bringing recreation to those neighborhood parks. We're off to a fantastic start at Hawthorne and Highland Parks. And next slide, we'll talk about expanding, moving forward this program next year or later this year to many more neighborhood parks. Turn back over to Mike.
Thanks, Corey. So as Corey talks about it, you know, it's busy. It's big to activate these spaces. And here's some literature that we found that explains the benefits of that, you know, improving the quality of life. Just exposure to green space and what that does for you. And then access is for all ages. So it's not just, you know, for the kids, it's for adults and seniors. You know, people can take their grandkids, but also, you know, enjoying a picnic just with a couple. So then also we started tying this back to public safety. It's not just providing recreational opportunities, but what does that do? What are the additional benefits to the community? And public safety is a large key part to that. Green spaces lead to lower crime. Well-maintained park facilities are an asset to a neighborhood. It lowers crime in those neighborhoods. So just this weekend, the American Journal of Public Health, someone brought this article to our attention. It talks about that, you know, busy street theory and bringing civic pride just by having nice, well-maintained parks. Recreation centers are connected. When they are connected to existing parks, are associated with increased property values and a sense of community pride. So we're trying to build that sense of community pride within these communities where, you know, around these rec centers and around well-maintained parks. All of our designs are, currently, we're working with SEPTED design models. So, using lighting and activating space. And SEPTED teaches us that eyes on is what we're looking for, getting more people looking at those parks. And when they're well maintained and well lit, that's what gets people in there. Also, then we build that sense of community, through the art in the parks and other projects like that to get people, activated in those park spaces. Positive spaces, you got your community centers, your loop trails. These just bring more eyes, more people, and activate those spaces even more. So here's some SEPTED principles that we've put in. This is a view coming out of the gazebo at South Park. You can see it's well lit, but when you get out in that park space, there's nothing. You can't see. It's pitch black. That's not safe. Doing the design correctly. This is out in front of the North Park Center. Redoing that landscape, getting rid of the shrubbery there that was a good hiding place and also wasn't a very inviting looking landscape. Putting in something like this, now people are able to sit on the rocks as they wait to go in the building, things like that. Downtown Billings, we went through and started redoing the planter spaces on Montana Avenue. Big difference there. You have well-maintained, it's actually an inviting, interesting landscape. This one actually ends up being one of our, where the bees and butterflies are coming there for pollinator beds. So just activating spaces like that draws people's attention there. So that's what we have. Waiting for if you have any questions.
Very good. And is this the entire presentation, or will we have more on from the Andy side and Gina side or whoever else? Should we hold our questions, or should we launch into any of them now?
Yep. That's the full presentation.
Okay. All right. So back to council. Councilmember Purinton, Councilmember Owen.
So, Mike, thank you. This is part of my issue, is the sheet that has your project budget on it, that shows the budget versus the bonding.
Corey, could you roll to that?
And there were a couple of places that, I think it was the rec center, there's a budget of $101 million in there, but you're going to bond 86.9, and you just said, well, actually, we're going to bond 85 million. And I may have misunderstood you. Colson Park, there's a budget of 3 million and a bond of 2 million and 2 million bonded. And somewhere in there you said, well, actually, it's going to be 3 million. So I don't know if that's the budget or the bond. So there's such a shift in these numbers as we're going along. I don't know where there's $1 million gone here, there's $500,000 here. And so to me, the numbers are just so far off.
Councilmember Purinton, I apologize for that. So there was a last minute shift. We met last week as a committee. There was a large committee meeting and they made that shift. And so I didn't get in there and change the numbers into my presentation. The number for Colson Park should be $3 million. Well, in order to get to that $3 million, we pulled $1 million out of the rec center. So the rec center should actually be $110 million. So that was my error. I should have pulled and swapped those numbers around.
So these are all budget numbers.
These are all budget numbers, correct. The bottom line stayed the same, 142 million, 143 million. We just swapped the numbers out of Colson and put another million into Colson and pulled $1 million out of the rec center.
So just a question. If that's the case, we've had estimates given to us on the South Rec Center. So now you're kind of taking, pulling out $1 million here. Does that $1 million go into the bond then where it's well, it must not, because you said it's 8.5 million instead of the 86.9 that was on the sheet. So, I know people are, I don't know who, but I know that there's a shift in the numbers. But yet I get back to the point of how are you going to make those adjustments when it actually comes to build out? Because to me, these are not build out numbers.
Correct. So, Councilmember Purinton, that the discussion is there was such a large dollar amount there that the impact on the design and implementation of the master plan for the rec center could withstand removal of $1 million and putting another $1 million towards Colson Park, which we felt $2 million was not enough money to build out and make a meaningful impact in Colson Park. That's why there was that shift.
Thank you.
Councilor, I think I'd recognize Councilmember Owen and Councilmember Ripsis and Neese.
So I think I'm just going to pick up on that similar thread. I mean, this is a $143 million vote, and the presentation we have isn't the presentation that's up here. I have this exact slide in my presentation at 142.8 million, and it shows a median taxpayer cost of 161.66.
Correct. Councilmember Owen, that number got shifted just today. Andy and I met to discuss the median taxpayer household income, and with that number shifted just with Andy and I's meeting today. That's how fast that number can change. Andy can answer. I'm not very good with that one. Andy's better with that number.
And he's okay, he doesn't have to answer it. I'm just raising the concern that this is an important vote, and council should have accurate information. We should have enough time to process it, and I'm concerned. I mean, how much more do we expect things to change?
I think we are going to have Andy address that. Andy, would you? And that's a good change. Unless anybody likes to pay more.
It's only a good change if it's truthful, right? I mean, that's the concern.
Yeah, Mayor, Council. So I guess it is truthful. We'll start there. But the 161 or 160 that we had talked about before was based on two assumptions that have changed since we have gotten reappraisal notices, and hence the city has gotten access to, I'll say, larger data sets to better anticipate what's going to happen for taxable value. So the 161 was based upon an assumed growth rate of about 19% in taxable value. It looks like we will be closer to 30% in taxable value. Residential alone is up at 33. So the tax base has grown such that the impact to the median homeowner will come down. We also know, though, the median home value is up higher than what we had anticipated during the budget. So that was the one change. The other one, we had assumed borrowing costs of about 5%, and with our recent bond issue for the water treatment plant, we were at like 3.6. So scaling that back down to 4%, quite a bit of money when you're talking about $143 million. So those two combined brought it down about $10.
That's super. It just wasn't my question. So Mike, if you could come back up so I could finish my question. There's going to be a proposal later tonight that we're going to start discussing about some parameters about how this money gets spent. And one of those things is going to be some sort of limits on how much an individual project's budget can change. So obviously we know as we do engineering and design, it's going to get more and more detailed. But how speculative are these numbers right now? How many more, pull $1 million out of this and put $1 million in that? How much more pivoting do you think has to be done before we could agree to something like a kind of a guiding resolution of individual project budgets?
Yes, Councilmember Owen, I believe that these are the last changes. This is the change, and I should have sent this package out earlier. I apologize. That was the last change, and that change did come at a late meeting last week. But I think that this is what, it's what we're laying out as the proposal. That's what is in the resolution, that those numbers would stay with those parks, and that's what, if it says $8 million with Centennial Park, that's what Centennial Park is getting, $8 million. I think it's a commitment to the voters for that.
It looks like Chris would like to address that.
Mayor, Council, that's a piece I would like to add. It is absolutely the case that these numbers are coming off of master plans. And as we worked through several public or community meetings, I won't say public meetings, community meetings, it really got down to what do we think are the dollar amount of investments that will build enough of the master plan components to really make a difference in building out these parks in a good way. Until we actually have designs, we're going to have to adjust. What I think we can't adjust, though, is the dollar figure. I think you are absolutely, I expect council to say, if you said you were putting $12 million into Castle Rock Park, $12 million is going to go into Castle Rock Park. What we'll have to adjust is if the numbers, the cost of the components change, we're going to have a dialogue, public, council, community as to what components are adjusted, not shifting money from one park to some other park. That's what I think the commitment we're making tonight really is a focus of What's the total dollar we want to invest? It's $143 million. The fact that we were in a meeting where the decision was, you know what, let's shift $1 million from the rec center over to Colson, you could do that infinitely tonight, the 11 of you. You have that absolute power and authority. But I think the resolution that you're going to talk about in the initiative and the discussions of the commitment, I think really are these dollar numbers, and they're rounded, to the projects. And the further we get down the path of refining the actual design of the project and bidding the project, we're going to get exciting news about what either more can be added or what will have to be pulled back because costs have changed. But what won't change is the commitment to the project, the park, and the total dollar cost, as well as Councilman Upsis can handle this a little better than I can, but the how we've been working between what the fundraising efforts need to be at all aspects of our community to come through with their match to build out projects too, as we've stated on June 19th, and you'll hear again tonight. If our community doesn't come forth and match what their commitments are, we're going to have to adjust these down, not see projects as winners and losers, but try to keep them all together. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Rupsis, Councilmember Bernice?
Yeah, I just want to add just a little bit of real quick context to Councilmember Purinton's question about, well, how did this happen? This $1 million added to Colson and out of the rec center. This entire process has been about getting partners throughout the community to work together to figure out what it is where we want to place these investments. This specific change came because the two leading partners driving Colson and the rec center made an agreement to adjust those budgets. It wasn't Mike, it wasn't me, it wasn't Chris. It was the partners themselves said, this is a change that we can work with. And specifically on the rec center, I believe their thought process was, we will go out and raise the extra money to add back in whatever we want over and above that 110, because if it ends up being 113 or whatever, we'll figure that out. This has not been a process that was done by Mike or me or anybody else sitting in their office and just writing down what we wanted. This has been dozens of people working together across across organizations and agencies and public and private, and working together. It's been an inspirational kind of process. I want to thank everybody who's been involved in it. But if you have questions about where those changes have been made or why, just ask. Don't assume that something has been done nefariously or just incorrect, or somebody's not being upfront or transparent with something. We've been transparent with all of you, and you've all given input to this process. I appreciate that. Thank you. But, you know, to say that something isn't right or thought out, or somebody's not being honest or upfront because you just haven't asked the question, please don't do that.
Yeah, and just to clarify the record, I didn't personally hear that, so.
I certainly interpreted it that way.
Okay. Yeah, and I hope not, and I don't think so, but thank you for that background, that context. Councilmember Bernice?
Thank you, Mayor. I've got a couple of questions. First of all, for Andy, if you don't mind, this is a quick question because we always say the median taxpayer. What is the median taxpayer value that we're looking at?
So what we have right now is $307,600.
Okay. All right. Did that change from your estimate from before?
It did, yeah. My estimate before, I think, was right around 270 or 271, which would have been about the 19% increase.
Great.
Yep.
Thanks. And then this is for Mike. Mayor, if you don't mind.
Yeah, please, Mike.
Mike, you mentioned in the presentation, which, by the way, first of all, I wanted to say I agree with what Councilmember Owen said. I tried to follow your presentation up there along with here, and I couldn't follow it. You were skipping all over the place. It was completely different. I would appreciate you sending us those presentations in the email beforehand so we can follow along. It makes it difficult to follow the presentation. We're trying to flip through things. You mentioned during the presentation about like projects are grouped together. And I want to talk about that a little bit. My concern is we just had a ribbon cutting at Castle Rock Park. That's a unique park. That is different than any other park in the city. And I understand like projects maybe, as long as we are not cookie cutting, a park or community center or whatever we're doing, we're not just replicating it from one park to the next. So are you planning on just taking the plan from one park of a community center and building the exact same thing over in some other park?
So Councilmember Neeson, no, that's not the plan at all. So the plan is to go out for a design of a community center, tailored, one that then can be tailored towards each location. So I agree with a community center that is necessary in the Heights looks a lot different than the community center that is necessary out at Centennial Park. They'll be built on a very similar model because that saves us money and saves us time, but yet the amenities and how they're laid out in there would be different. That is the plan. That's the discussion that we've had all along. When I talk about like projects, I'm talking more along the lines of a loop trail. I was talking with a contractor earlier today about how we can bring the price of these projects down and add more amenities. And he was telling me that by taking a loop trail that is planned for Castle Rock Park and matching that with another loop trail, then we can get a better price on a volume. Streets Department does this all the time, and that was where the idea kind of came from.
I see, thank you. Yes. And Mayor, another question.
Sure.
So $1 million was moved, and that does concern me that suddenly again, I'm not sure who the party was that changed that outside of I know I was part of a meeting of a lot of different stakeholders, and suddenly that's been changed without a lot of discussion. So that's concerning just to hear that. But can you tell me specifically what is going to be cut out of the rec center and what is going to be put in now in the Colson Park with this $1 million shift?
Councilmember Neese, I cannot actually tell you that. First off, the community, or the group that was talking about the rec center, they were then planning on trying to raise another $1 million to match that money back in. And then the amenities that will be added into Colson Park, that is going to be designed and decided upon by a community group and not just by myself. So there'll be a group of folks that will go out and analyze each project and decide, oh yeah, that fits, that doesn't fit. We can do this for that amount of money. And that way we can get each project to be tailored towards that community or region.
Okay, so does this mean that as I understand, what $12 million is the community is going to raise is now $13 million?
So that was a commitment on their own. They didn't add that as a commitment to the project that I know of. They just were saying on their own, they would then raise that additional $1 million to bring that back to the 111.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, council, any other questions for staff before we go to public comment? Don't see any, so we'll thank you, Mike, Andy, Corey, Chris. We'll open up for public comment. You know the routine, many of you. We just ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes. Tell us your name and address, and do create a line there so that we know who still wants to comment, and there's this little transition time as possible. And if you want to comment on some of the questions you've heard, please feel free to do so.
Mayor, Council, we're coming up as a team, and
we can tell, yes, thank you.
yeah, multiply each one by 3, and that's how much time
we'll give you a little more, but not that much.
Yeah, just a tad more. Thank you. I really appreciate that, and there's a reason behind that. Let me just first say, this is a big decision, and I sense it in the room. This is really important for our community, and it's weighing on you. I absolutely understand that. It's also a very exciting time for our community, and often big decisions are wrapped up in those dual emotions. And so I absolutely understand that. I can say that the process that we've gone through has been a dynamic process. No one person made any one of these decisions that you're talking about. So it was a group dialogue and partnership. And that's really what we want to show you tonight, is that this is part of a group effort. Christy's here with TrailNet. Tom is here with the City of Billings Park Board, representing you as your appointment. Jamie's here with Partners for Parks Foundation. Jeremy's here with the incoming chair of the Billings Chamber of Commerce. I don't think John's here. Oh, there you are. You're right behind me, yes. Steve Warlick is here, TBID Board, and then I'm Steve Arviscow with Big Sky Economic Development. We are all committed to the success of this effort. That's why we wanted to come to the mic together in concert. We want to talk to you a little bit about why we're so committed to this project. This is a project, as you know, that's been years in the making, this comprehensive approach to how we address parks and recreation and how we fund those. In fact, I think Christy was here in 2018 to talk to City Council at that time about how to fund trails development in our community. She is single-handedly, with a lot of help, and she's tough. Don't mess with her. She rides a bike constantly, and so she's been at this for a long time. The Chamber started their Parks and Trails Committee in 2007. And then they began work on the rec center analysis about 5 years ago. They've been at this as well. Parks Foundation was first created in the 1980s, probably about the time the last park was developed in our community, I think. It's been newly constituted under Jamie's dynamic leadership, and she's already raising more money for parks than had been raised in decades for that effort. The TBID, with Steve's leadership, Alex Tyson's leadership, has been contributing resources to master planning for parks, as well as being one of the first contributors to the Colson Park Master Plan, as well as to the Rec Center study, because they see the importance of making investments in our community that way. Big Sky Economic Development began our work in this effort to respond to the River to Rims concept that we felt was so valuable for our community. And our first effort that way was to look at the Colson Park Master Plan and encourage that.
And Steve, I'm not going to cut you off, but I just wanted to, so there's 7 of you, just promise me you're not going to go 7 times 3 for 21 minutes.
I will not.
Okay, so it's a net savings. Keep
I will
going.
absolutely do my best. I've cut a lot. I was sitting there knowing I was cutting a lot out. I'm just, and now, okay, taking 30 seconds to catch my breath again. So we, as an organization, started putting time, resources, energy behind Colson Park because of the whole concept. The 2 main characteristics of our community, our river corridor and our rims, so important to us, and we were joined by a lot of people in that effort. We were a part of that Bill Grant initiative for Skyline Trail. And then you, council, have been at this as well. You've had on your priority list as council to come up with a strategic plan for funding parks and trails development in our community. You, our leaders in our community, our elected council members. There's a lot of reasons that this is important for the economic health of our community. I won't go into a lot of them. I will read you just a few. June 2023, so a month ago, a company that we follow who issues a quarterly report called Talent Wars said the following: talent remains in the driver's seat. The data confirms that employers and communities must promote more than the job itself if they're going to win over talent. That's exactly the situation that we're in as a community. And according to that report, there were top factors in what people look for in the community they want to stay in and that they want to come to for a job opportunity. And here they are. The ability to live, work, and play in one location. Affordable, safe community, work that you've been doing with public safety initiatives. Outdoor recreation, actually outdoor recreation ranked higher than great healthcare, and we have both in our community. And then a welcoming, friendly community. Those were the driving factors. People who have relocated for jobs across this country, that's what they're looking for. The partners that join me at the podium today are absolutely committed going forward. I want to give you a sense of that commitment. I've got a few other comments, Mayor and Council, and then I'll wrap up, I promise. The Partners for Parks Foundation has committed $25,000 a year in scholarships for recreational opportunities in our community so that everyone can take advantage of the building, of the development of parks and recreation in our community. The TBID is committed to annual funding support for the operation of the rec center. And based upon the performer of the rec center, they will fill that gap so that it's operating in the black. TrailNet TrailNet's already raised $750,000 to help with trails in our community. And Christy is printing more money in her basement. And she's going to come up with another 400, I was only teasing about that, another 425,000 toward trails projects as it relates to the bond, the parks project, the trails projects in the bond. Chamber and Big Sky Economic Development will be part of the leading efforts behind fundraising the initial $6 million. And we know there's additional grant writing ongoing as this through the life of the bond for an additional $6 million. So we are absolutely committed to that. Chamber and others will continue to support the campaign effort. You'll hear more about this tonight. That's a part of that. You have to fund adequately a campaign to convince our voters to be supportive of that. Big Sky Economic Development has raised about $600,000 for Colson Park. And then we'll look to contribute an additional $100,000 toward this effort in parks development. To wrap up, I want to just offer the following. There has been a grassroots effort in this community for absolute years, beyond the group standing here, to do parks development. People have taken the responsibility on their own to lead, to develop parks in our community. You have Friends of Billings Dog Parks, Friends of Cottonwood Park, Billings TrailNet, Landon's Legacy. Think of the legacy that's also leaving for our community as well. You have Champions of Parks, a Better Billings Foundation with the Oasis Park in our Heights community, packed constantly. The people at Amen Park that do a fabulous job of maintaining that significant asset for our community. Every mom and dad who has a young son or daughter in baseball and softball in our community commit time, resources to improve those amenities in our community. And they've taken that leadership on their own. You've had family and corporate partners like Shields and Base Camp, Underwriter Motors, the Scott family, the Coles, and many, many others. They've demonstrated leadership in this space because they believe it's important to who we are as a community and where we're headed. So what you have in front of you tonight is an opportunity to take that legacy, that hard work, and take it over the top with your leadership, with your vision, and with your encouragement. Councilwoman Owen, I had the opportunity, I go by Castle Rock Park all the time. And I wasn't able to join you for the ribbon cutting, but I'm in that area a lot. I live close by. I just see the activity that has come, the additional activity that has come as a result of that investment. I was driving along our corridor on the top of the rims. People are already walking on Skyline Trail. I don't think they're supposed to. It's an active construction site. When you build it, our community will absolutely respond. And I don't want you to think just in a future context, our future workforce, future people we want to attract. Today, people in our own community today, our senior community, your neighbors, your grandkids, your kids, they respond to the investment you make in parks, trails, and recreation today. So what I'm going to encourage you to do, members of council, I would love for an unanimous vote. But I know you're going to make the best decision that you can. What I would ask you is this. I would ask you to give the voters of our community an opportunity to make their best decision on this bond issue. You have to put that question in front of them. So with that, council, you have the commitment of every organization standing up here today. We support this effort. We will put our heart and soul in it. And just to convince you further, I'd like to invite to the podium Kim Jacob, the Vice President for PAR Montana, to make an announcement.
All right. It's always impossible to follow Steve. So thank you, Steve. So as Steve said, and good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Kim Jacob. I am the Vice President and Refinery Manager at PAR Montana here in the Billings area. And you may know us better as the former ExxonMobil Billings Refinery, and PAR Pacific, which is headquartered in Houston, did assume ownership of our site here in Lockwood, as well as the entire Rockies business on June 1st. And I can say so far the transition has been a great one. While the Par Montana name is new to Billings, what we do here has been an integral part of this community for nearly 75 years. We manufacture gasoline, diesel, and produce asphalt to fill energy and transportation needs throughout the Rocky Mountain region. But what is important to tonight's discussion is intrinsically local, and it's about community and our part in it. The potential investment to support parks, trails, and recreation is meaningful to Par Montana and to our employees. We value a healthy lifestyle at all ages, amenities that attract and retain talent, and certainly growth in our community. So as such, I'm honored to be here tonight along with Dan Carter, our Manager of Public and Government Affairs, to announce that Par Montana is pledging a contribution of $1 million as private support to the Billings Parks, Recreation, and Trails Bond. And in addition, we are also pledging to match other business donations totaling up to another $1 million. And we know between now and November that we have some work ahead of us to gain the voter trust and support to get a yes in November. And through that campaign have also committed another $20,000 towards that effort. This pledge of more than $2 million represents a commitment by Par Montana to be an active and engaged member of the greater Billings community, both now and into the future. It's the kind of public and private collaboration that Par Montana believes is important for sustainable growth and development in the community. We feel this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to advance the parks, trails, and recreation landscape in Billings, and we want to be part of that in a major way. Our more than 320 employees live in all areas of Billings and the surrounding areas, and each of them will be impacted by the projects outlined in the proposal. We got the opportunity to share the news of our pledge of over $2 million with our employees last week. And the response was an overwhelming applause and cheers. And that was, to us, a clear symbol of what the excitement of this investment means to our team. We also know that this proposal is an important economic development tool, as well as key employment, recruitment, and retention. Most importantly, we feel it's just the right thing to do. So finally, please know that while this is the dawn of a new era for Par Montana, it is just the next step in our evolution. Our business and many of the more than 320 employees have been actively involved in important community activities such as the Big Sky State Games, Saturday Live, the Montana Women's Run, STEM Outreach, and the United Way. Those things will continue, and you will see us involved in new ways as well. So thank you for the time to make this important announcement. We want to be a part of the community in which we feel fortunate to be able to live and operate. And this shows that we mean what we say. So thank you.
I think there's only one thing we can say. Steve Warlick would now like to beat that. Is that what you're going to
Mayor, council members, Steve Warlick, 2511 First Avenue North. The T-bid, as you are aware, is a source of funding for certain items. I will tell you, it was a week ago that we met with Chris and Gina. One of the questions that had come back from the council meeting was whether or not the T-bid had the opportunity or was legally could fund administrative operational cost of a rec center. And overwhelming with the attorney, Jeff Hunnis, who has been instrumental in the T-bid, was very assured, I guess would be the best way, is that yes, we can. The T-bid board meets actually Thursday. One of the things, obviously the biggest item for us will be the term. One of the things we have bantered about is roughly looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of a 10-year funding. The current pro forma that we have seen is an operational loss of somewhere between $450,000 and $700,000. The T-bid board has discussed those dollars amounts for that particular period of time. How it would be done through a memorandum of understanding between the city and the T-bid. The T-bid would be raising those funds somewhere. We would increase our assessment to the overnight guests that are staying in the 56, 57 hotels in the city of Billings. The final amount, I can't give you that now because I'm not authorized to give it. To say the least, my guess is it's somewhere in the neighborhood of a $5 to $7 million cover of operational loss. So if there are any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer.
Thank you very much. We appreciate, in a sense, you did even raise that. Anybody want to beat those to the first two? We'll continue with the public comment, but thank you, not just Kim, but to your employees and for their response. It is coming from them. We appreciate that, and please communicate that to them. Next.
Hi, my name is Lori Clark, and I just returned back to Billings after 40 years. I came back in October 2020, and I live permanently in Billings now again, and I'm enjoying it. The number one thing I enjoyed the most of returning to Billings was I was so impressed by the amount of trails we have here. In the winter months, I'm still able to get out and walk every morning. And then I was connected to the Community Service Center on 23rd and 4th Avenue North. And what I can tell you that program has done for me and 30 of my other friends in this class. We have an exercise class 3 times a week. There are 30 members, and we show up consistently. December 2022, that December day with the 50 below wind chill, 25 of us showed up for class. That's how committed we are. That class, for me, being on a fixed income, I can financially afford that. I can afford $153 a month. If I'm not going to this class,
And just to clear, $153 per year, not per month. The cost would be $153 per year, not
Yes.
per month. And I think you said
I'm
month.
sorry. I can afford that because if I had to go to all the physical things that my doctor has recommended, it would be $35 an appointment out of my pocket above and beyond my insurance. So I can afford that. But that program, I have my physical health. I am not paying for mental health services, as we have all learned through COVID, how important that is. And then here's the horrible thing about seniors. Our biggest social activity is going to a funeral. I've not gone to one funeral since I've been back to Billings. I go down there for my social activity time. I have to also attend a nutrition class. Community Center offers that. They offer a lunch program with entertainment. We have people who come in and volunteer. You have people who come in and do the diabetes, the high blood pressure checkups, the foot health care for seniors. That is all offered at that program. There are just so many more things. One of the things I did get out is I wanted to volunteer, but everything I was looking at was connected to my former career, which I did not want to do. Being at the senior center, I found other people volunteering at different programs. So now I am a member of 3 different programs and I volunteer. Optimus International, working for youth in our community. So I do that. I help with the homeless program in Billings and a couple other programs that I go to. So I just have to say, please continue funding the senior rec programs. They are vitally important to everyone in our community, and you really do want us to stay around to offer you advice you may not have asked for. The other thing I'd like to say is the last time I was in this room, I was here as a middle school kid with my Girl Scout troop working on a project of civic government. So, that was just a couple years ago, but now I'm back. And I want to say thank you to the people who presented tonight, because I think you did a really good job that I understood where you were coming from and the work you had to do to put the program together. So thank you.
Thank you and welcome back.
Good evening, Mayor Cole, City Council, City staff, and guests tonight. I am Dick Zier, 3039 Golden Acres Drive, and I'm here on behalf of Sabura. I'd like to give some reasons why I'd like to see this on the ballot. Number one, this is a tremendous economic opportunity for not only for Billings, but Yellowstone County, the state of Montana, and the region. The 2017 report showed we are in need of recreational facilities in Billings. It will give the youth of our city and county a positive place to go and better themselves. The proposed bond issue will provide the citizens of all ages in our community an opportunity for a healthier well-being. The proposed parks, trails improvements will enhance the quality of life in our community. As Chief of Police St. John said, these proposed recreational projects will greatly improve the safety and soundness of our city by providing an alternative to crime and the things that are going on that have been bad. Sabura is unanimous in its support of this bond issue. Please vote to put this proposal on the November ballot and let the people decide.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Maya Dickerson. I reside at 238 Alderson. I am a member of the Parks, Recreation, and Cemetery Board, and I've seen all the work that has been put before you today. That has clearly already been demonstrated. But personally, I feel lucky enough that I live both by a legacy park and a bikeway that I use really often. And I really want others to have the same opportunity as I do, to make the health choice the easy choice, or at least a choice within their spaces. By including trails, increased activation of our current park spaces, and a multi-generational rec center, this is a really multi-tiered and multifaceted approach to increase safety, health, and a sense of community pride. Thank you to everyone in this room and otherwise that have worked so hard to put this package together. And I really want to urge you to give Billings residents the opportunity to vote on our future of our parks, recreation, open spaces, and other spaces. So thank you.
Thank you.
We're going heavy on the team approach tonight, apparently. I'm Julie Seedhouse. I live at 104 North Broadway, number 208.
Mayor and Council, thank you for having me. I'm Brian Brown. I'm at 5128 Chapel Hill Drive.
Brian and I are here to give you an update on what we've been working on behind the scenes since we saw you at the work session in June. Should you decide, and I hope you will, to put this on the ballot tonight, we have a dedicated and enthusiastic group of leaders who will work diligently to get this bond initiative passed in the very best possible way for the people of Billings.
Julie and I have agreed to co-chair a political action committee called Play It Forward. That will guide the campaign from the November bond initiative, and so far that committee does consist of the following: Julie and I, Kim Jacob, thank you. I think everybody is in the room here today as well. So council members Rupsis and Shaw, Jamie Clark, Dick Zier, who just spoke, Megan Davis, Jack Genoway, Mayor Cole, and although they can't serve on the PAC, we will welcome the guidance from Chris Kukulski and Mike Pegg as well. Thank you.
And while we can't formally raise money for this political action committee yet, because we need to file paperwork with the state, which we're hoping to do tomorrow, we do have pledges already from people who have committed to help with this campaign. We have, our goal is to raise $250,000 to help fund the campaign. We've engaged Rebel River Creative and the help of Melanie Schwartz and Solutions 360, did I get that right? I think I'm getting ahead of myself. Strategies 360, sorry guys, who will help guide the campaign, and Brian and I and our committee will raise the $250,000 to cover that. We have preliminary pledges from First Interstate Bank, Bill and Ann Cole, thank you Mayor, Joe Lipskis with Lipskis Properties, the T-Bid, Dick Zier, and my husband Sean and myself.
So as Julie stated, with the help of raising money for the campaign, and then also with the addition of the pledge from PAR Montana, as well as additional pledges from Underwriter family, $100,000 towards the project, $50,000 from the Seed Houses, Julie and Sean, thank you, $50,000 from Edwards Family Law Firm. Melanie Schwartz has been indicated earlier is going to be helping with the raising of the $12 million from private donations and grants. And if anybody's ever been involved, I know a lot of people in this room at a lot of levels have been involved in raising money. It's not easy. $12 million is a big chunk. It's huge. This decision is undoubtedly a huge decision for the community now and in the future. But to have, I think you said, you say what you mean, put your money where your mouth was, whatever you want to say about that, that's happening in the community. $12 million is huge to bring to the table for the community to get this over the hump for the future of our neighborhoods. Every neighborhood will be affected in a positive way. Mayor Cole, you talked about the month of July as being Parks and Rec month. All the benefits that has. That is healthy for families. Workforce recruitment, Steve, you talked about that. Workforce recruitment and retention, that is huge. The studies are there and we know it is important. And at the end of the day, I would ask that this council give it to the voters to decide what is best for our community based on all the things you've heard tonight. And we've heard three words repeatedly, and they're great: community, investment, and teamwork. And that is huge. That's what we are, a community, investment, and teamwork. And investment, you put something into something to gain down the road. I mean, I don't know if that's the Webster's dictionary definition of it, but I mean, I've been in banking for almost 25 years, and that's, I know what that looks like. So this is so important, those three words: community, investment, and teamwork. Thank you.
See, and the whole reason I bullied you into being my co-chair is because I thought you said fundraising was easy. In closing, I not only want to address all of you, but I want to address the entire community of Billings. This project, as you've heard over and over again, is an absolute game changer. We want to show that we, the people who love and take great pride in where we live, are actively investing in a place for us and our children and our future generations to live, work, and play. We're counting on you all as representatives of your wards to show them that you feel the same way, and tomorrow we are ready to get to work and make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to those donors who you mentioned.
Hello, I'm T. Grice, and I live at 2522 Silver Spur Trail, and thank you, Mayor and council members. The rec center and parks are important improvements, are vital to our community, especially our youth. I ask that you please send this to the voters for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's Steve? Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Michael Mayotte. I live at 123 Lewis Avenue. I've been before this council on many occasions as a leader in our community, especially as the Executive Director of Amon Park Development Council, and come again this evening in regards to proposed bond for parks, trails, and recreation. As we've heard, there's great support for this, and I can't get behind it any more than anybody else. I think it's a great thing. But in pure transparency, where I live at 123 Lewis Avenue, last year I paid $3,348.50 in property taxes. Using the new assessment, the reduction in mills as put on page 8 of the budget document that this council put out, next year I'm paying $4,525.23. That's an increase of $1,177 or 40% increase. So in pure transparency, I think this issue of what it's going to do to the homeowner, and I'm on a fixed income, basically. I'm retired, I do some other things. And I can't imagine I'm the only person that's going to have a 40% increase. This needs to be factored into all these decisions as we go forward. How does this happen in our community? We live in the greatest state in the world. I had the opportunity, I travel all over the world doing volunteer work. It's the best country in the world, the best county, the best city. And the very best place in this whole world is 123 Lewis Avenue, where I live. Seriously, what sells this community is our community. It's not the new shiny thing that comes up to bring people that want to come here and work, right? People that are here for community. So we got to figure out how to rein in increases in taxes and still move this community forward and accomplish things like what's up on this board. And this kind of like Ruth Chris, you know, we say it's only a $153 increase. Well, you know, if you go out to Jake's and you buy a steak and it's $32 for a ribeye, you know, you get a salad and you get a water and you get a bread and you get a potato and you get asparagus and you get the steak. But you go to Ruth Chris, $35 is the steak, $15 for the asparagus, another $15 for the salad, another 15, you know, you got it, right? So now that $32 steak is a $100 steak. We need transparency in all of this as we go forward. I applaud everybody. I really do. And I'll be behind as well as I want to get this done. But let's be transparent on what it's going to cost us for the next year. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Other public comment? Is there any other public comment on this item before we close the public comment period? Okay, we'll close public comment period and back to council. Councilmember Rupsis.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to introduce a motion. Having conducted a public hearing, consider written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve a resolution calling for an election on the Parks, Trails, and Recreation Bond as recommended by staff with the 4 additional words and comma that the city administrator suggested earlier.
Thank you. Councilmember Shaw indicated a desire to make the second, so that happens. Did you want to speak to your motion and or your second, and then Councilmember Purington?
So, Andy.
Or I'm sorry, I'm just going to let them speak to their motion, and then Councilmember.
I was going to refrain, but I do want to say this has been and like I said earlier, an inspirational process. There's been so many people involved, and so many people have worked on this for so long, much longer than I have even. And we wouldn't be here without a lot of their work. So I appreciate all of those. I know everybody's got to make a decision. I certainly think that this benefits every area of town. And it would be nice to have representation from every area of town, actually supporting the idea that we should give voters a choice. The reason we're in this predicament is because for 30, 40 years, literally, we haven't given the people of the community the choice to do this. Nobody's sitting up here as council raising anybody's taxes. We're simply offering what I consider to be the best possible package, comprehensive package to the community for their consideration. And if they choose not to support that, of course, I will be devastated, but we'll move forward. We'll find the next best option and to get these things done, because these are important investments for our community, and I would appreciate everybody's support giving the residents of our city the option to support these or not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. Yes, I would also like to speak to the motion. So I attended the Castle Rock Park ribbon cutting for the playground, which is amazing. The zip line is very cool. My 11-year-old was really excited. And I heard a lot of excitement in the community for phase 2 at Castle Rock Park. What's next, right? What's coming beyond just the playground? This is how we get to phase 2 at Castle Rock Park. This is how we get to the advanced phases of the rest of these parks. Without this measure being passed by the public, there is no path for that to happen. As I was chatting with Director Pig at that ribbon cutting, he said something which has been kicking around my head of, you know, how do you talk to people who are older who maybe say, well, I'm not sure that I'm going to use all of these that much, or I'm not sure that, you know, I'm going to be out at all of these different parks. And he said, you know, do you like having your grandkids visit? Would you like your grandkids to live here? This is how we make that happen for you, which I think is a really important message for our community, because we are a community that is aging quite quickly. And then I want to just jump on what Councilmember Roops has said, that it's been 24 years since we've even voted on additional, that a council has even put that option to the voters. It's been since 1999. That is a really long time to go without asking our community what level of investment they would like. And just to reiterate that we're giving our community a choice. We aren't deciding anything. We are putting out a package and asking our voters to decide what they think or not. By not doing this, we are not providing a choice at all. We are making the decision for them that we aren't going to fund any of these things regardless of what they want. So I just view it as our job as council as our job to put it on the ballot. It's up to our citizens to decide what to do, but that is our role. And so I'd really encourage everyone to vote for this, and it would be really nice to see a unanimous vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Puritan?
Thank you. So Andy, I have a question for you, but while you're coming up, I just want to thank the community business leaders here for your generosity, for putting forth what the community is willing to provide for this project. So my question to you is, these different monies that have been proposed here, how is this going to affect what the taxpayer is going to be paying in the end?
Mayor, Councilmember Purinton, any donations that reduce the amount of the bonded projects would likely be used to pay the debt payment. So if you think about it like your mortgage, it's the same amount every month. It's similar, we pay the same amount every year for those borrowed funds. Any money that came in for donations would be used to reduce that amount, and then we would tax for the remainder. So it would reduce the property tax burden for those, for that debt payment.
But would it be for, okay, so I think some have mentioned 10 years out. So our bond is for 20 years, is that correct?
Typically, yeah.
And so what would that do after the 10 years?
Well, the library was a 10-year commitment on a 20-year bond. So in that case, we structured the debt so that the first 10 years was actually a little bit higher than the last 10 years. So the donation, the amount that was generated through tax revenue was the same over 20 years, with the larger portion paid in the first 10 years, the larger portion being paid by that donation. We could structure something similar if we had agreements in hand prior to. If we didn't, the taxable value would pick up any unfunded portions.
Gotcha.
Does that help?
That does, thank you.
And just on that point, to clarify, the $153 projected cost for a median value home assumes no private contributions. Is that correct? So it would reduce that number, as would naming rights and some of these other revenue sources that we're hoping to generate.
Mayor, so yes, the $153 is assuming that we would borrow $143 million. The donations, if the donations came in to offset operating costs, those would not reduce the debt payment. But if the donations came in to reduce the capital costs, then yes, the debt payment would be reduced.
Okay, thank you.
Follow-up real
I'm
quick.
sorry, Councilor Puritan and Councilmember Owen?
So just a quick follow-up. For the council members to, let's put it to the voters for a choice. Yet you have groups that are willing to put in $250,000 of a campaign, and as Mr. Arverskow said, to convince voters to accept this bond, to vote yes for the bond. So I think if there's also another, the reasons why you wouldn't vote for it, those aren't there. It's going to be very shifted to a pro vote. And this isn't really a question to you, so I'm sorry. I'm sitting here looking at you, but it's not that. But it's just the point that this is going to be driven by other organizations and not by the taxpayers, is my point.
Thank you, Councilmember Owen. Councilmember Neese?
Andy, I wanted to clarify a couple things too, and I should have asked this earlier, I apologize. But you said something that caught my attention just now that I wanted to follow up on as well, so I have two questions. What I think you said is if the voters approve this in November, we would have the authority to issue $143 million in bonds. Correct?
Correct.
And then you said that if these private sector contributions come in, we would have to levy less.
Correct.
But that's not actually true, right? We could actually levy all the debt service and just simply add the private sector dollars on top of it, correct? The answer is yes.
Yes, I think that's technically possible, yeah.
So I guess the point, go ahead, Andy, I didn't mean to
I guess my only comment would be, I think that would likely be on donor intent. And so I think what we will probably see is, hey, we need to reduce the scale on this project, and a donor comes in and says, here's the funding for that. Don't reduce the 12 million at Castle Rock. I'm going to give you the extra million. You could see a scenario like that.
Absolutely. The point that I'm getting at, and the point that I'm going to talk a lot about tonight, is what I think we'll see later is this sort of management resolution that I think is really important. And I think we would want to clarify in that resolution that private sector dollars that come in would be used to offset debt service, assuming that was donor intent. But then I want to ask a question, Chris, I don't know if you want to scroll on this, we don't have to, but when we talked about the $153 per year, you said an average home value of $307,000, right?
Correct.
Market value or assessed value?
The median assessed value.
Because in the language here in 2, it says the assessed market value for tax purposes of $300,000 would increase by $192.
Correct.
So help me reconcile those two.
Yep. So bond counsel, who signs off on authority if we were to issue gives input on this language so that we don't find ourselves in trouble when we need to borrow money. Their recommendation for that paragraph there was that we use what is currently known to be true, which is our certified taxable value from last year. We have that number from the Department of Revenue. We know what it is. It's about 1 mil generates $221,000. That's where that information comes from. The 153 is based upon what we assume to be true, very likely appears to be true based on all the news, that the taxable value, the value that 1 mil will generate is going to go up quite a bit. If you notice, the second to last sentence has a superscript 1. The footnote is that these numbers will be updated to reflect 2024 values when that information is available in August. It's very likely that that number is going to be closer to $150 for $300,000.
So if I understand the timing right, and Andy, you may not know this, Gina may, my understanding is this language has to be finalized by August 14th? Okay. And ideally, we would know early August.
We should, in the past 3 to 5 years, we've known on August 1st or 2nd. Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Neese and Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Andy, that's actually for you as well. And first of all, Councilmember Owen must have read my note here because she asked the same question about making sure, because I was confused whether or not it would reduce the actual principal amount. And so, but yes, we would be still, even if we pass this, the council could raise up to $143 million, even if we did get donations in, because even if it's in a resolution, the council could change that resolution and raise the full amount. So, but my question for you is, we heard information about the T-bid going to be raising some additional money because we don't really know what the operational cost is going to be, a deficit. We know there's going to be a deficit for operating the rec center. We just don't know what that deficit is going to be. I think you heard 400,000 to 700,000. And the T-bid, I understand, is talking about coming up with a number, which we don't know yet, what that number of coverage is. And we've heard maybe 10 years, but they haven't taken a vote yet. And then, as I understand, the T-bid expires in 3 years. Do you know?
I do not.
Okay, so maybe you're not the person to ask the question on this, but if the T-bid were to have this, vote into this, and the T-bid were not to renew, then who would pay the deficit in the operation of the rec center?
I suppose it would be, the expectation is that this will be funded through, it's a city asset, so it may be funded through tax revenue, or perhaps if there's private management. I really don't know what that would look like.
So if there's a shortage there that they couldn't pay, then the taxpayers would have to, somehow we'd have to get that money, whether through taxpayers or something like that, or increase fees to the center.
That's my assumption, but I'm probably not the most qualified on that.
Okay. Chris, do you have anyone who can you answer that?
Yes, go ahead.
Councilmember Rupes, you want to?
Councilmember Neese had read the resolution, he would have seen that the T-bid in the city will be working out a memorandum of understanding and will be signed before the election date. And the design, starting the design of the Record Center will be dependent on that T-bid memorandum of understanding being completed and the TBA committing to covering those operational deficits. These are agreements that they have made. Will formalize on the July 13th. They have talked about whether they renew early or if they go the 3 years and then renew, which in that case might end up with 13 years instead of 10. Again, those things have been considered. And the process to build that memorandum of understanding will kick off July 13th.
Okay, but so tonight, we don't really know what the actual amount is. They haven't voted, they haven't added any fees. It's not approved to come to council to add the fee at this time. I understand that correctly?
Not
The memorandum of understanding has not been produced, it's not drafted, there's nothing in place.
We don't even have anything on the ballot yet as of tonight, so that would have been a little premature.
I
But
would
you're correct.
disagree with that.
That information is not pinned down.
Okay, and I want to echo some of the comments that was presented here by the community and the members here. I think that this is going to be good for the city, but we have to make sure we present the right product at the right time. And my concern is this needs a little bit more work. We have your resolution that we're going to see in a couple of weeks, and so we don't have a lot of those details finalized.
Councilmember Nice, or Councilmember Rups, just do ask that you direct anything to me.
Sure.
So go ahead, finish, Councilmember Nice.
I do have another question for Gina, if you don't mind.
Please, Gina.
Gina, on the ballot language that we have before us here, it talks about it's going to be used in the heights of downtown. I think it's up there as well. But it talks about including funds for repairs, improvements, and things like that. So, but it doesn't really specify what parks we're talking about. And so could the city take any of this money and go ahead and spend it on a park that's not listed in our presentation? They legally can do that.
Councilmember Neese, as long as it fit the purpose as set forth in the resolution, then the funds could be used for that
Okay,
purpose,
thank
which
you.
I think is also part of the reason for Councilmember Rupsis's initiative that he will be presenting later to clarify those types of things for the public. That's my
But
understanding.
we're passing this tonight. We're being asked to pass this tonight.
Right.
Mayor, quick follow-up on that then. Would it,
For Gina?
for Gina,
Okay.
would it be possible to insert in here and list the name of the parks and the dollar amounts, or the name of the park or projects that we had on one of those slides? You don't have the slide up here now, but in the presentation that kind of gave the summary of what the $153 a year was. If we could put that in that, would there be easily inserted in that? That way the voters, when they see this, they're going to be knowing what to vote. They're voting for what they see, what the projects are going. That would be the contract between the council and the city and the voters, that's what the money gets spent on.
If that is how council wanted to phrase the ballot language,
It could be done.
It
All right,
could be.
thank you.
Okay. Councilor Ripsis, I'm just going to ask you to clarify a little bit because it does come at the end of our meeting, and a lot of people in the audience don't even know what we're talking about when we talk about this proposed initiative. Just to set the context, can you give us but it's about 4 pages long, 5 pages. Don't go into all the detail, but just give us the 30-second version of what you're proposing at the end of this meeting.
Yes, thank you. So to answer a lot of the questions that have been asked, like I said earlier, a lot of this work has already been done to figure this stuff out and make commitments across different partners, public and private. What we've done is laid out all those agreements, guidelines, commitments, whatever you want to call them, in a resolution. Tonight, as council, I will ask that we pass an initiative that says, staff, will you bring a resolution back to us that says the things in these 4.5 pages of document that you all received last week. And most of you had seen multiple copies of this as it has evolved. But it lays out every park and the estimated budget per park. It lays out the commitments that different partners have made. It lays out approaches to project or to manage the projects as we go forward with them, the goals of delivering as much value as quickly as possible to the community. It lays all those things out, months and months of conversations, so that a future council will have something to refer back to and say, well, what was the agreement when we put this on the ballot and when the voters decided? It will be on the public record. And yes, it's true that a future council could override that resolution. But I can't imagine the political process that a future council would go through that says, you know what, we really want to take $12 million away from Castle Rock Park and add that budget to the rec center. I can't imagine what that political process is. When we promise something to the voters and through our resolution here, the voters pass it in November, if we're fortunate enough, in my opinion, to make that happen. We will have said, this is what our commitments to the community are. And I think I don't know that we've done this before. So I want to appreciate everybody who's provided input to put these things down into writing so that we can make those commitments to the community. And this isn't just a kind of willy-nilly. It's very transparent, and we will have something to be held accountable for.
Okay, thank you for that description. I earlier recognized Councilmember Boyette, Councilmember Trickey, and Joy had their hands up.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a substitute motion. I'd like to split the ballot. Instead of having one vote, I'd like to have two votes of the $143 million, $57 million for the parks, and $86 million for the rec center, to have two votes.
Okay, so that'd be in concept, because obviously we could not approve a budget resolution, ballot language, all of those details that have to go to bond council and come back. But talking sort of a big picture conceptually to start the process with that bifurcation. Is that I'm putting words in your mouth, obviously, but okay, well, we'll see if that, and it would be a substitute motion because that would wipe out, for using fancy terms, the early one, I guess. So is there a second to that? Councilmember Tidswell. Okay, Councilmember Boyette and Tidswell, did you want to speak to your substitute motion?
Yes, sir, I do. Almost 4 years ago, I sat in the audience, just like you're doing now, and I saw a presentation on the rec center, and I think it was like $35 million, and everybody went, $35 million. Well, now it's $86 million. But tonight, as well as all the people I talked to, especially tonight, almost 90% of the people I've been track of, they talked about one thing: parks and trails. We need parks and trails. I think we have to have parks and trails. That's a need. We want a rec center. So my thought is to let the public, I want this to go to a vote. I want to vote for both of these myself. But I think it'd be nice if the public had a choice. That was some of the words that were used. Give voters a choice. This way they do have a choice. One for parks and trails, which we need, and a rec center that we want.
Okay, Councilmember Tidswell, you have the second?
Yeah. I guess the question for Andy or Mike. Nobody's talking about a plan B. If this thing fails, what is the cumulative effect on what we have right now as a community? What does that cumulative effect look like for the department and for our facilities that we currently have if this thing goes under or fails?
Councilmember Tidswell, what we currently have would not change. I mean, currently we fully fund the Parks Department, the parks that we currently have, the recreation programs that we currently have. It doesn't move this department forward. It doesn't move the city forward, but we would have the parks that we currently have.
And they'd be operation, they were maintained, everything would be fine with those parks?
Yes, you've already passed that as a budget, so yes, we currently have that, yes.
Okay, all right, fair enough, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that's the motion before us. Discussion on the substitute motion. Councilmember Owen.
I just want to express my support for this motion. I think it's well considered. I think it's consistent with the idea of giving voters a choice. I don't think it affects, quite frankly, any of the campaign efforts, which can, urge voters to vote for both. And I think the truth of the matter is, the intense amount of community work is incredible and the community support is great. But among voters, I think this is a jump ball. I think that there are people who really want these things and can't afford them. And there are people who are split as to whether or not we need them. And I think this really actually does create a choice scenario in which the public can consider investments in parks and investments in a rec center. I think it makes just good common sense to separate these issues. They are separate. And I support it and I'm going to vote for it.
Okay. Further discussion on substitute motion. Councilmember Gulick. Oh, I'm sorry. I recognize Councilmember Treaky and Joy before. But not on this motion. But not on this. So Councilmember Gulick.
We did hear from members of our community about who are bringing forward a campaign. We may have not had a lot of time to consider what has just been brought forward, but I usually think of these as being as package deals, and so I'd be interested in folks from the campaign to comment on this proposed, on the substitute motion, what that would mean to a campaign.
Councilmember Gulick, rather than just opening it up for more public comment, can we ask you to address your question to an individual or group? Or
Yes, I guess it would be to Julie Seedhouse and Brian Brown.
Hi.
So yes, you did hear the substitute motion from Councilmember Boyette splitting the rec center off from the rest of the parks and trails bond. Care to comment on what that might mean for a campaign and for investments from other, what you've been hearing from other folks that made commitments?
From what I've been hearing, and I'll be interested to hear what Brian says too, I think it would kill them both. I think the people that we've talked to who have committed to this and have agreed to give their own money to the project believe fully in the full project.
Councilmember, I appreciate your question. A lot of these questions tonight are hypothetical. What if this, that, and the other, and we could do that all night long. So whether this is a fair question or not, it's a question. I don't know the right answer. I don't know the exact answer, but I echo what Julie says. Councilman Boyette, to your point about wants and needs, maybe it was understated the need for a recreation community center. Maybe that's, I mean, as far as wants and needs. And again, those are subjective words too, and it depends on who you ask and how, what lens you're looking through, whether it's on a community-wide life improvement basis, whether it's on health and activity, whether it's on economic development. What is the want? What is the need? I think these are both very important, and I can't speak for anybody that's pledged anything to the campaign directly or to the actual project about their wants or needs or what is most important. But I do know that on a general basis, the people I've been in contact with and with discussions, this is an entire package put together for the community. So would it hurt it? If you ask me directly, do I know for sure? I don't know for sure, but will I say it would hurt it? Yes, it would.
And if I could just add, I think the focus tonight has, yes, been on parks and trails because you guys have heard from many of us over and over and over again on this rec center. So, it's not a new addition to the conversation, but it is a little bit. And we just wanted to make sure that you all could see our support across the board for all of the projects. And I know that just from my initial conversations with potential donors, the private money that we will raise will be more enthusiastically given with the idea of the rec center being part of it. That's, on a corporate level with business leaders, that's what they are going to see the most return on investment for their dollars, for their businesses.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Councilmember Joy, Councilmember Shaw, again, this is the substitute motion.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I won't support the motion. I guess it really comes down to a single thing. Whether or not the 11 of us actually believe in community. Do we trust it? Do we believe in it? Is it real? Does it present us to come up here and testify to us? Is it community? I think there's a lack of trust in community. Because if all of these people who represent more than just the person in that chair, if they think this is important, why are we saying no to community? Do we lack trust in community? Do we think these people and the people they represent don't know what they think? I don't know. I won't support the substitute motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I strongly urge us not to support this substitute motion. Two things I want to say. One is that we very carefully created a package that touched all parts of the city and all wards. The rec center is Ward 3's piece of this. That with that being removed, there really is nothing for Ward 3 in the parks package. That's one issue. The second issue is, I mentioned that it's been 24 years since we voted on this, 1999. At that time, there were two questions on the ballot. One was for a pool in the Heights. One was for general parks and trails funding. One passed, one failed. I think that's a best case scenario that we would see in separating these, and I think more than likely we would see them both fail.
Thank you very much. Councilmember, other hands on this motion before we move to a vote on substitute motion? We'll try to move to the vote quickly. Councilmember Bernice?
Thank you, Mayor. I like the idea of splitting them too as well. I think that, again, this will have to come back to us with resolutions. And at that time, we can really have the resolution honed down as far as letting the people know what they're voting on and where the money is coming from. So, and that parks, the 56 million for the parks would be, they can list the parks in that. It'll be all those parks. And of course, the rec center will be the one, it'll be the one item, the rec center. So they'll know that. And if people wanted, if that $12 million is being donated to go to the rec center, I guess that's where it impacts that directly to the rec center, unless people are donating it to some of the other parks. So I think this is a good way forward, and I think I think it'll give us a little bit more time to make sure we have time before we have to get this developed, so the staff should be able to get these two resolutions back to us in time for a business session.
Okay, are we ready to vote on the substitute motion? I see other hands that wanted to comment. Is this Councilmember Tricky and Councilmember Purington?
3 years ago, when I was first elected, I'd been involved in the conversations that were going around about, we need to invest in the future. We need to invest in parks and trails and a rec center. One of the things that has stuck with me about the rec center is that it is not a want. It is a need. It is the only way we can do recreation 12 months out of the year. Yes, you can go skiing, but what if you're a swimmer? Yes, you can throw snowballs, but what if you're a basketball player? A rec center is a very important step towards moving us to a place where we can have 12-month recreation. In fact, just the other day, somebody came up to me and said, hey, how about a skateboard? We need a 12-month skateboard. That will really help, and then we can tie some stuff to it, to help those kids, bring them in and on and on and on. So I do not consider it a want. I consider it a need, along with everything else that here. The second thing that I really want to comment on here is that 3 years ago, I made the comment that there really is not a community movement around these issues. We have not seen anyone step up, take leadership, and really make anything happen other than the South Billings TIF district, which was basically sitting there and saying, okay, we've got this money, what can we do with it? In the last 6 months, I'm amazed by what I saw here tonight and the things that have been brought to the table in the last month. Absolutely amazed. The community has come together and said, let's do this thing. Let's make it happen. I don't see the point in breaking it apart. Essentially, you're throwing months of conversations and negotiations and kicking back and forth by the community out the frickin' door. And you're saying to the community, screw you, we know better than you do. Let's let the people vote on one or the other. No, let the people vote on what the community came together and said, this is what we want to do in order to move forward. I'm not going to support this, obviously.
Thank you. Councilmember Purington.
Thank you. So whenever we talk about trusting the community by putting this out there for a vote before all of our taxpayers, you know, the thing that I have to remember as a council member is that each of us was elected to represent the voice of the community, the voters, the taxpayers, and to deal with their best interests. And at this time, and I've said it many times before, even when we were talking about infrastructure needs, and I'm big on infrastructure, is that we need to look at what our community has to pay. And right now, from the letters that we've been receiving, our taxpayers are hurting. They've got tax fatigue right now. And whether it's $153 a year or it's going to be $400 a year for some of these people, because some of these folks are folks of means. They could afford it, but there's other things that are probably more of a priority for them. So I like the idea of splitting this. I think we need to develop our parks. I think we need to finish our parks that we have. We have some wonderful parks, but they're not finished. And what was it, 40 years on Castle Rock? And it's not finished. It is not finished. Holly Vista, not finished. I don't know how long it's been around, ever since I've been here, I think. So there's so many parks that need to be finished. There's probably some trails that need to be finished as well. I'm not going to diss the trails, because I think, you know, there is an appetite for those. And I think the South Rec Center is an awesome idea. But I just am concerned about the people that have to pay for these. So without a campaign of saying, you need to vote for this, I say, let's split it up. Let's split it up. See what their appetite is. And see how much they can afford. See what they're willing to pay. So I will support this, and I thank you, Councilmember Boyette, for bringing it up.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll. Councilmember Ripsis.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm kind of interested in what Power Montana might have to say about this idea.
They have put up $2 million, and for $2 million, I'm willing to listen. So, Kim.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for just 1
Now
minute.
for 1.9, I don't know, but for 2.
You know, I have to agree, and I apologize if I say your name incorrectly, with Councilman Shariki. Shariki, thank you. Over the past 6+ months, I've had the opportunity to sit with a number of individuals in the community on this proposal. I've been involved in different ways for probably 6 to 8 months, and myself representing the business community. But I have to agree, what I have seen in representation for the $142 million single ballot item represents the young, the elderly, the business, represents folks on council, across the community, even trails, all over, is fully supportive of this. And I guess it concerns me that this is the product of months and months of work to put together this proposal, with gaining input from all over the community. and we're going to change that tonight. So an hour donation is certainly representing a single ballot item of $142 million, because that is what our community needs. So I just encourage us to leave the proposal as it stands with a single ballot of yes or no. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, council will proceed to a vote. So we'll have a show of hands on the substitute motion, and the substitute motion is to reject the current proposal and move back to a conceptual model that would separate those two votes. Of course, we'd have to work out all those details if the motion passes. But so those in favor of Councilmember Boyette's substitute motion, if in favor, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are Councilmembers Neese, Owen, Tidswell, and Purington. If voting in opposition, and Boyette, I guess. If voting in opposition, raise your hand. Councilmembers Shaw, Gulick, Joy, Cole, Tricky, and Neese. So motion, and Rupsis, I'm sorry, I said Neese. So motion fails and brings us back to the underlying motion, which was for approval as the package. Okay, I had earlier recognized Councilmember Tricky on the previous motion, and then Councilmember Owen also wanted to be heard. And Councilmember Joy, no, okay.
So I've already gone on about a couple of things that I was going to say in support of this motion. There's one thing that I really want to emphasize. This is well, actually, let me ask a question first. Gina, how much leeway do we have in telling future councils how to spend this money? Can we do that?
Councilmember Chiriky,
It's complicated.
it is. This council really can't bind a future council, but the resolution certainly does. It has to fit the purpose. It has to comply with everything in the resolution, and I think that if council were to pass a resolution as suggested by Councilmember Rupsis, then that would certainly perhaps not bind, because it can always be amended, but I think that would be close to binding. I mean, obviously not binding, but that would provide the guidance to future councils as to what was intended and promised to the voters.
Yeah. Thank you. We're embarking on a long-term journey here in terms of what we think about and do in city governments. It's going to take 5 years probably to get all of the projects up and running and even bonded. So it'll probably won't even be 5 years until we see that maximum amount of revenue needed to be generated for paying off of these bond issues. It's going to take none of us are going to be sitting on the council by that time, because we're all going to be termed out. We're not the ones who are going to be making the decisions about how many bathrooms to put up at Castle Rock, how many pickleball courts versus tennis courts. These are all very, very, very important details, but this is just one small step in a very, very, very long process. And our job tonight is simply to say to the voters, it's in your hands at this point. Please come and vote. And frankly, just like there is a PAC coming together for it, there is no reason why a PAC can't come together against it. So that's the way these things work.
Thank you, Councilmember Owen. And Councilmembers Gulick and Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a really hard vote tonight. It just is. The timing is tricky, as people are reeling right now from property tax assessments. And I think we received communication from the Billings Association of Realtors indicating their membership is split. The chamber's membership still says public safety is its number one priority, and we have to wrestle with how Parks and Recs fit into public safety being a community priority. And I think we have to acknowledge that there is a history in this community of some broken promises. I know that we want to work in good faith and assume that things are true, but I think when you ask people about the history of Metro Park and promises that were made, or Dealer Park and promises that were made, Castle Rock Park and promises that were made, people don't necessarily trust. I think a trust but verify approach makes a lot of sense, which is why I really appreciate this initiative that's going to be brought later tonight, because I think that if we can put down in writing a set of clear agreements that we adopt as a resolution that governs this for the long term, as Councilmember Shrieky indicates, I think that helps to alleviate some of the concern. I think it is true that there's been this enormous community effort that has come together, but those promises have been made in meeting rooms, right? And I think the potential of this management resolution that we'll address later tonight, potentially, puts those into the public sector and tells the public, this is what we've communicated, this is what we've agreed to, this is what we're going to do. For me, that resolution and its content would change my vote. And so I'm super disappointed that we're not actually dealing with them hand in hand. I think what we're being asked to do is first put a $143 million blank check on the ballot and hope that a resolution will come along later that we can all agree to. There are some things in the proposed resolution that really give me heartburn. The biggest is that this this private sector commitment is incredible. The gifts that have been made tonight are extraordinary. But we're not there yet to the $12 million trigger. And if we don't get there, then Poly Vista gets cut, and Castle Rock gets cut, and Centennial gets cut. And I don't think that's right. I think we need to consider how we have those triggers. I think there's a different approach. I'm a little concerned, based on what I heard, that we might be teetering on the edge of some impermissible campaign coordination of public sector dollars and private sector dollars. We ought to tell the public that we're not going to do that. There's been talk in the presentation tonight about community committees, but those are conceptual. There's no actual commitment, but there would be if we pass this resolution, and I think that makes a difference for the public to know. So my disappointment is that we're being asked to vote on these two things separately. And I actually don't think we have to. Because we don't have to have this to the election office until the 14th. We have one more business meeting, and we could in fact call a special meeting. And that would be my preference, that we agree to the terms of a resolution, and then we come together, because I think it changes the vote for me and maybe other council members. And if what the community supporters want is a resounding, overwhelming vote, for me, the content of this management resolution and its concurrent adoption makes a difference in my vote. So I'm going to make a motion that we delay tonight's vote, that we either delay it to the next business meeting or that we call a special business meeting after our August 7th work session, that we finalize this management resolution so that we have both hand in hand. I think, unless Gina tells me differently, we could actually reference the council adopted resolution in the ballot language so the public knows that these two things live together, and that would make a difference in my vote. So that's going to be my motion if there's a second.
Second by Councilor Purrington.
No, this is just a motion.
Yeah, well, I think a motion to delay
Is in order.
is probably in order at any point, and that's how, I guess, that's what this is.
Correct.
And to the specific end point was, can you restate that?
Yes, of course. My motion would be that we either delay to the 24th, which is our next business meeting, or that we call a special business meeting no later than the 7th, which would be after our next work session. We could do a work session and adjourn into a business meeting and vote on these two things concurrently. Mayor, I'd like to just speak to the motion a little bit, but I'll wait for a second.
Sure, and we had a second with Councilor
Okay.
Purrington.
Just very briefly, I want to make clear, every one of the projects that's been identified tonight, I think is worthy and it's meritorious. I think we need to be more transparent with the public about the agreements and the commitments and the content and the governance and the openness that we intend to do this. And so I just want to be clear that I want to make this work. I think this is the way to make it work. So I would ask for support, again, not to turn it down, but just to make sure that we do these things together.
Okay, Councilmember Purrington.
Yeah. So, and the reason I second this is because I believe this is true, that this has not been a completely transparent process. We've talked on and on about, some organizations, we've been working on this. I think Kim said, we've been working on this for 8 months. I know Tom's been working on it probably ever since, before he came on council. And there's a bunch of different meetings, and we keep seeing different numbers. And now we have surprise numbers coming forward that, we've got $12 million on the table, and then we have an additional campaign dollars being, pitched for the council. So I think that we need to get all of our eggs in the basket so that we can discern what will really happen before we can put it to the voters. And I think it needs to be clear to the voters of what this campaign looks like. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just will comment. I don't personally see the numbers shifting much tonight. I saw $1 million without the total actually being changed. We've known there's going to be a private campaign for as long as we've had this discussion for a year. So I don't personally see that. I'm going to vote against this because I've seen the 4 pages, and I realize the degree of detail that is being contemplated in these multiple agreements and the number of parties that are involved. And this is not going to be a fast process. It will not happen. It certainly will not happen well if we have to rush it. But it is very important to go through that resolution process. But I've spoken to this. So, Councilmember, who else on the motion to delay it? Councilmember Tricky, Councilmember Repsis?
I just, to whoever's been involved in these meetings, the minutes have been public and the meetings have been public, have they not?
Yeah, there's no question about that. Of these other meetings, not the city council meetings.
Not the city council, the other
okay.
meetings.
I'm sorry.
I mean, I know a lot of the meetings were at Rock 31 and I walked by and I know that I assumed that those minutes were being made and stuff like that.
Not necessarily, but Councilmember, or Chris, you want to comment
Sure,
to that? Because there was a question, and then also Councilor Ripsis has been
If we
involved.
weren't dealing with a formal committee created by the council or an advisory board, no, there are not formal minutes. And that's not to be a lack of transparency. We have community groups and organizations who do work every day in our community to make wonderful things happen. And so those were conversations that were inclusive. They were commonly, no, I do not want to use the word public notice because there's a technical standard to that, but there were meetings and spaces where people attended. Some by invitation and others because they'd heard about it. They were all intended to gain information from the community to make wise decisions about how to narrow what we perceived as $231 million is too much into a sizable package. So there were not minutes, unless it was a formal meeting, an advisory board meeting, there were not formal notices of those conversations.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I recognize Councilmember Ripsis. No? Okay. The motion again is before us is the substitute motion to delay this till down the road. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I will support this. I think this is one of those things where we don't have all the information. We heard tonight the T-Bid's going to be meeting Thursday. We'll have that information by the time we meet again. There's just so many pieces that haven't come together, and we're about to approve $143 million, in my view, a blank check to the staff to spend on parks in any way they want. And yes, it's controlled by the council. The council has the ability to control and make changes. We're talking about a resolution that is binding and only is good until the staff make a recommendation, then the council changes that. I've been on council long enough to see that happen. And so, as Gina said, there really is no way to bind that the current council members can bind future council members. However, they can do that. It can be done in what the people vote on. And if it's in the language of the ballot, then that binds the council to do it and the staff to do it that way. Former council member Brewster used to always say the devil's in the details. The details in here are very vague. And so it allows then to really spend the money in any $143 million in any way that really future council members want. I think we owe it to our residents, if they're going to see this and vote on it, we need to make sure that the money that they approve gets spent in the areas of the different parks that we're asking. And so I think by delaying that with Council Members Rupsis's resolution and maybe some adjustments to the ballot language, we can achieve that.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion before we move to vote on the motion to delay. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I will not support this. I just wanted to point out that we've been through this process before with the last public safety levy that we put on the ballot. We did not specifically identify $2.5 million is going to police, X amount is going to fire for this. It was a lump sum of money that commitment was made in presentation after presentation after presentation after presentation to the public. But legally, this council could take that money and use it for public safety however we want. That's just the legal mechanism to get us where we need to go. But our commitment to the voters remains the same. So I just want to be clear about that we've done this before in a similar way, and I think it has worked well.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor?
Councilor,
if I may.
we do have a motion to call the question, so we have to vote on whether to vote. We need 3/4 or 2/3, 8 or 9. Well, we check on that because I don't think that's going to change your vote one way or another. We'll just we'll vote.
2/3.
2/3. Okay, so 8. We need 8. Okay, if you're in favor of proceeding to the vote on the motion, on the delay motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor of moving to the vote are council members Shaw, Gulick, Joy, Cole, Chiriki, Boyette, and Rupsis. If voting in opposition, raise your hand. Voting in opposition, council members Neese, Owen, Tidswell, and Purrington. So we've got 7. So the motion does not pass. We'll continue discussion. So with that, Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to, again, explain the reason, again, this is really important to have this language in here correctly, and that's why we need to delay this further. To get that in there is because we have seen that in this public safety mill levy, where money that was 2 mills that were set aside for the mental health and substance abuse was being changed in its terms to allow it to be used in other areas outside of mental health and substance abuse. And so those are the kind of things that when we don't have the details in this, what were the contract with the voters, then staff and council members can change that. And I think it's very important that if we're going to get support from all around the community, that the ballot language include each of those different parks and the amounts in there. And the delay will allow us to do that.
Okay, council ready for a vote. So again, the motion before us is to delay this until next business meeting, July 24th, or to call a special meeting that would be no later than August 8th, 7th, 8th, whatever that.
Business meeting, which I think is the 7th, right?
Yeah, okay.
There's a work session, yeah.
Okay, so if the motion is clear, if voting in favor of the motion for the delay, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are council members Neese, Owen, Tidswell, Purrington, and Boyette. If voting in opposition, raise your hand. Voting in opposition, council members Shaw, Gulick, Joy, Cole, Chiriki, and Tidswell. So Rupsis. It's just.
You notice he never confuses me with anyone.
I'm still on Croatian time, which is about 3 a.m. So, okay. So anyway, the motion fails 5-6. Back to now the underlying motion, which is a motion for approval. I'll recognize Councilmember Neese, but Councilmember Neese has commented on the underlying motion several times, so I just want to ask if there's anybody who has not commented. Councilmember Gulick, I'll recognize you, and we'll come back to anybody who else has already spoken. Oh, Councilmember Gulick.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to speak as one of the small business owners. I'm a council member, so I have to represent the interests of my constituents, but also speaking, just want to give a face to a small business owner, because that's been mentioned as in terms of one of the reasons why we want to pass parks. I have a firm of 10 people. We have work for at least 3 more people on staff, and we've been trying to hire for many years now. Haven't been able to get qualified staff. We had someone who was in our grasp. They went to Bozeman instead. I can spend a lot of money with a recruiter. A third of the salary could go to them. I would far rather invest in my community, and I believe that this is the kind of thing that makes a difference. So I'm making the business case that I will be supporting this as a voter, but I think we should also be putting this forward to the voters, and I think the package deal is the stronger way of going as well. So I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make amendments to the motion. I'd like to amend the ballot language to have the staff insert a paragraph to include the details of the page that we received, listing the park, the project name, and the bonded amounts totaling the $143 million. And I'll leave it to staff to round those numbers to the appropriate to make it $143 million.
Okay, let me make sure I understand the motion. It's to insert, when you say insert a paragraph, you mean in the bond resolution and the form of the ballot?
Ballot, correct. That is correct.
To specifically list the projects that are included in the PowerPoint that we saw, corrected, I guess, as to Colson and
In the rec center, correct. Yeah, $3 million for the Colson and 85 for the rec center.
Totaling the 143 million and whatever.
Correct.
With some rounding permitted.
Right.
Okay, so if the motion is clear, is there a second to the motion? Councilmember Purington. Okay, discussion now on that proposed amendment. Councilmember Boyette.
I just want to know how many words would that add to the ballot? I mean, a sentence, a paragraph? Yeah.
We got a pesky fly up here if people are wondering why all this waving is around.
Yeah, I guess my thought.
Lost our mind, it's just that fly.
He won with the fly.
Okay, so I don't know that anybody has an answer to that exactly, but are you asking Councilmember Neese or
Well,
staff
I'd like to
member?
ask him how many words it is, and then I would refer to legal
Yeah,
to
I
say.
think it's going to, if you look at your presentation, it's very simple. You're going to have, it's going to be, it'll say something about these projects to include, it'll have a list of projects and the dollar amount, and it'll total 143 million. Very simple chart in the ballot language.
It's on the bond. The part's going to be on the bond, not what's already there.
On the bond, right, yeah.
So could I follow up, Mayor?
Okay, Councilmember, sure, Councilmember Boyd, go ahead.
Chris, can you help us with this? Is this a good deal or a bad deal? Realizing the public would like to see that, but does it hurt the ballot by the words?
What I'm wondering, so to answer specifically your question, it is my understanding that it is problematic, that literally the formatting of the ballot language matters. Using forms, charts, things like that are going to shift and adjust. My question is, can we do something that your intent is? Which your intent is, what I'm hearing, is this chart or the PowerPoint slide that had the $143 million of projects and a dollar amount to each particular project, if maybe in addition to passing the resolution tonight, if it were to pass, you immediately pass a motion that says it is our intent that the future, that we're going to spend the $143 million as outlined on this. It's certainly been the foundation of what Councilmember Rupsis and I and others have been working on the secondary resolution. Secondly, we have been working, I did ask Gina to work specifically with Trust for Public Lands. They have a lot of experience at language relative to the ballot, as well as it's critical that our city attorney be assured and be confident that it legally represents the statute. So a lot of time was spent wordsmithing this to get to this place, and yet we still missed it by 3 words and a comma that we'd like to add tonight. But I really do worry. In fact, earlier today, I think the question was asked, could we put a chart in? Gina had a conversation with the election office, and there was a concern that that would not come out on the ballot like a chart. So I want to get at your intent, which clearly is to identify the dollars that are going to go to the projects. Can we get there and adopt the actual ballot language that's been carefully wordsmithed deliberately to meet the statute, be understandable, and have some expertise that helped us make sure it was understandable to the voter?
Okay, that's Councilmember Boyette. I'm going to speak in favor of flexibility. This is a long-term, multi-year project, and I understand the desire of council members to make sure that they might get their dollar amount in their project, or for certainty. There's obviously value in that, but I trust you, and I trust our future councils that if the rec center comes in at under that amount, that we shouldn't have to make up projects to bring it up to that amount, and that we could maybe use those dollars someplace else. And there's just too much at stake to insist on that level of certainty at this stage of these projects. And given the number of these projects, a lot could go wrong, or at least adjust over time. And I just want to speak for some degree of flexibility, and this would make that either impossible or very, very difficult. So, again, on the motion, Councilmember Neese, or I'm sorry, Councilmember Owen.
Thank you, Mayor. I hear what you're saying about flexibility, but it's that very same thing that makes me very anxious. I think we heard, and I appreciate the candor of some of the public tonight. It sounded to me, when we talked about Councilmember Boyette's motion, that there isn't a lot of belief that the rec center would pass if it wasn't paired with the parks, that these two things have to walk hand in hand. Because I think there's a belief that if everybody gets a piece of the pie, then we'll get a majority vote, right? We want to invest in every part of the community. Certainly that's been my concern, that the rec center itself will consume all of the bandwidth of the community and we won't get investment around the community. But my concern is, because what I've been told is that city administration intends to helm the rec center, and what we've heard is if we don't get the private sector commitments, then the parks get cut. I'm concerned that if we don't have something in the ballot, and if we don't have a resolution that we're adopting at the same time, then quite frankly, the rec center will move quickly and the other parks will be left to pick up the scraps. So if I need some certainty to know that we will make these investments equitably, consistent with what's been promised, and that will last over the long term. So yes, we need some flexibility, but we also need some certainty that this is not just a simple sort of bait and switch. We're going to tell you, Ward 2, that we'll invest in Castle Rock Park, but we'll get to you once we've built a rec center, and if there's money left over, we'll get to you. So I'm concerned, and I'd like to, if there's a way we can strike a balance between the certainty that Councilmember Neese is proposing and the need for flexibility, then I think that's worth discussing. And so I would like to hear from other people, but I'm inclined to support this motion.
Okay, thank you. Further, Councilmember, this was your motion. Did you speak to your motion? I don't think so. So go ahead, Councilmember.
I didn't speak to my motion yet, but I do agree that it brings more certainty, to the voters. And I think it actually, one of the reasons I propose this is because not only to hold the staff and future councils accountable, to give the voters what they're asking for, and they see it on the ballot. When they see it on the ballot, they're going to see that they're voting for Castle Rock Park or for Centennial Park or whatever park is near them. They know they're voting for that park and that money is going to be invested in that park. And it's not going to be shortchanged later on. And so I think it's very important that something like this happens. This is one of the reasons I would like to see this on a work session and work through this thing a little bit first instead of having it on a business session. And that's why I supported the delay. But I think that Mayor, if you think you want a little more flexibility, you can always amend my motion to include additional ballot language that says after park budget is is complete, or after a project is completed, if there's budget left over, it can be used to, towards another project, something like that. And so, again, those are the kind of things, unfortunately, we're trying to craft language on a business night, which makes it very difficult. So you're welcome to amend my motion to include something that you think would be more flexible, but I'll also provide the certainty to the voters when they see it that does bind future councils, as our city attorney said. The only thing that can do that is what the voters vote on.
Okay, further discussion on the motion before we proceed to a vote. Okay, we'll move ahead on the vote. So again, this is the proposed amendment. Is the motion clear? Anybody need me to restate it? Okay, so the motion, as I understand it, it'll be corrected if I get this wrong, would be to send it back to staff to work on revised bond resolution language and bond ballot language that would specifically reference the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 projects in the spreadsheet that tally up to the $142.8 million and attach dollar amounts to each of those projects. That would have to then come back to us in the form of more specific language, but this would set that course in action. We couldn't approve it tonight because we don't have actual language, but it would change that course. Do I have the motion correct?
My amendment was to just allow the staff to enter. My amendment was to insert that language in the existing, so they would have to insert it. Now, I don't know where that would be inserted, so you're right. If you think it needs to come back to us to approve the final version, then it may need to come back to us.
And I'll leave that to you. It's your motion to determine whether staff is being given the power to, we are approving it and assigning staff that authority, or it would have to come back.
My initial motion was to have it be, just add those two columns with the project and the dollar amounts and have the staff do that, and that's amending the motion for approval. So I'm just making the amendment to the motion to approve.
Okay, so that would authorize the staff to make that change. Okay. And assuming the second, which is Councilmember Purington, was in agreement with that clarification, that is the motion. So now is the motion clear? Okay, so if in favor of Councilmember Neese's motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor of Councilmember Neese's motion are Councilmembers Neese, Owen, Tidswell, and Purington. If voting in opposition, raise your hand. Voting in opposition, Councilmembers Shaw, Gulick, Joy Cole, Chiriki, Boyette, and Ripsis. So motion fails 7-4. Back now to the original motion. And we'll try to move to a vote on that.
I need a break, so if we're not going to move to a vote very soon.
I think we should move to a vote very soon. Thank you. I lost complete track of time in the fun we were having there. I apologize about that. But it allowed us to make progress. So, our council, are we ready to vote on the underlying motion? Okay. Councilmember Boyette?
I think the world and the people at large would hold us accountable to this resolution that we've been talking about. It's going to be brought up tonight. It'll be brought back to us. I mean, I can't believe that we wouldn't hold ourselves accountable to this once we vote for it. And I just thought that the ballot would be too big, regardless of whether you like it or not. The smaller the ballot, the easier it is for people to read it and for them to vote for it. So I think we need to move along and eventually see the resolution from Councilman Rupsis.
Okay. Yes, and that would be in this initiative process at the end of the meeting. Okay, Councilor, are we ready to vote? Okay, so this is on the underlying motion, which has not been amended. It's still for approval, consistent with the staff recommendation, which included those 3 words, just to clarify that those 4 areas are, it's not restricted to that, it's the city, including those 4 areas. If the motion is clear, we'll just ask if in favor of Councilmember Ripsis's underlying motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are Councilmembers Shaw, Gulick, Joy, Cole, Tariki, Boyette, Rupsis. And voting in opposition, raise your hand. Voting in opposition, council members Neese, Owen, Tidswell, and Purington. So the motion passes 7-4. That actually concludes item number 2. Thank you for your patience, council. That's okay. That's okay. Council, thank you for your efforts there. We will take a break, and members of the public, you're free to leave. We will talk about the details of this initiative process, but that will not come until the end of our other items. So 8:24, we'll come back as close to 8:30 as we can.
I'm sure there's 5 or 6 more amendments. Like you're in the chamber, your new seat. Well, this will be this high.
So,
And all this will have plug-ins and everything.
am I below? Will I be
The only thing I can think of is annexation, and maybe he doesn't know.
Private sector dollars just get raised. That's a But as an analogy for the park.
People say we are not spending that much.
Well, we didn't.
We haven't yet.
That's the point, right? Is we levy. Bill wants to call the meeting. Let's talk after.
Yeah, actually, it's kind of.
Not now.
Or they get up out of bed and have a meltdown.
After the meeting.
What happens? Yeah, well, that's what.
This is your doing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sweat you out. This is like an interrogation technique. Someone give me a lawyer.
If everybody can take a seat, we will get started. Okay. We're back. Our assistant city administrator has advised us that he turned the temperature up to 90 degrees to shorten the meeting. Thank you, Kevin. Much appreciate that. Okay, just a reminder, we're now on item number 3. That's the annexation map. Pursuant to the motion that was approved earlier, what is before us is the item on item 3A on the map amendment. And so I'll ask Tony to read item 3A, but item 3B will be addressed after we've had a chance to see it at a work session. So, Tony, would you read item 3A?
Public hearing and resolution amending the limits of annexation map. The City Annexation Committee recommends approval.
Thank you very much. And again, here, we're only going to focus on the Central Avenue project. If somebody needs to make casual reference to the others, I'm not going to say don't do that, but technically what's before us is the Central Avenue property. So, Wyeth.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. And yes, we're going to, I actually had time to modify the PowerPoint. So we're going to just focus on the Central Avenue request this evening. Let me see, I'm having trouble though with my advancing slides here. So yes, so there's one action item now for this evening. We'll need to conduct the public. Yeah, it's working. If I hit now it just worked. If I hit the button really hard, I don't know, it's just a little, yeah, it's going right now. So we will I'll go over the item and then we have the hearing and the resolution now on the one item regarding the Central Avenue area. And what staff will do is modify that resolution and get that after this evening's meeting to the mayor for signature. That'll just reflect the one change if that's what the council ends up doing with that item. So let's see if I can. All right, thanks. It's sort of working. So just a little bit of background, and this is all provided in your memo as well. Our annexation, we have our annexation policy and limits of annexation map. We review that annexation policy and map when we update the city's CIP, which is an annual process. We pretty much review the map and sometimes the policy every year. Often the map is what we look at. We get requests from private property owners to make amendments, as you were originally was on your agenda this evening, and then also the city sometimes has items as well for map amendments. But we do align that and look at after the CIP is adopted every year. That's part of the process. The 2022-23 process, so we started this back in November. We actually solicit for requests for map amendments to the public, to the community, and then we also inventory any internal city proposed changes that might need to be to be looked at. So we had both property owner initiated and city initiated changes to the map. Right now tonight we're just going to talk about the one city initiated one, and then we also have the other city policy proposed changes that staff is bringing to you, and we'll again revisit that another night, as well as the map amendments that go with that, and all map and policy amendments go to the council. Thanks, Kevin. So real quick, this annexation committee that reviews these and brings the recommendations to you. It's been since about 2002 that the committee in this process has been in place, and you've got representation on that committee from pretty much all the different departments that would be involved in any kind of both land use and to some extent even financial decisions. So administration, airport, fire, parks, planning, police, public works, transit, and finance as well. And we have a couple members of the committee. I think Chief St. John and Chief Valdez are here this evening. And certainly when we have the other discussion with the rest of the parts of this process, we'll have more representation as well. Next slide. So here's the current annexation map. This last was amended in August of 2021. That year, and basically the way it's set up, you have the blue area, sort of whitish blue area in the center is the current city limits, and then you have the red area, which is the annexation petition area, where properties within that area can petition to annex the city at any time and go through an annexation process, like some of the ones that you've considered very recently with either standalone or in combination with some zone changes that have occurred. And then the yellow area is the long-range urban planning area, and that's an area where the cities recognizes potential future growth and expansion in that area, but additional analysis would be needed before, normally you would act on an annexation out of that area, but it's basically looking at that longer-term area. Hit the slide, thank you. So Central Avenue Corridor, go ahead and hit the next slide, please. So this evening, one of the recommendations that the Annexation Committee is bringing to you is for an amendment to the map for the Central Avenue corridor area. This is a city-initiated request because we've had multiple discussions with multiple property owners in that corridor regarding interest in coming into the city and doing development in the city, and the way the city's working on both our West End Reservoir and the 48th Street kind of corridor there, as well as up to the north of Central Avenue. We have existing city services and infrastructure that's kind of coming from both the top, the bottom, and the east already in this area. So it's an area that the staff has looked at and is thinks that we need to make sure we show that this is an area that we would entertain requests for annexation. If you can hit the slide, I zoomed in just so you can see it a little bit better in the area. And okay, well, so that the area is basically there's a couple of developed properties in the county, and then you can see the annexation, the limits, both for the red and also the city limits in that area. So it's basically a corridor across. It's about a half a square mile that is incorporated in this. And so the recommendation is to change the map to the annexation petition area for this area so that we can work with property owners and solicit those proposals to consider annexation. Obviously, the annexation petitions would have to come to you just like everything else, but We, as I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, we have one development that started out proposed as a county subdivision. We started talking to them about the potential for coming into the city. They were interested in that, and then kind of slowed down their process, and then we're trying to get to the point where we can actually, if you make this amendment, move forward and have those discussions. They were kind of trying to figure out now if things were going to move forward, should they go back to the county or the city? So we're trying to keep that window open. And then there's a property, some property owners to the north of Central that also have expressed interest in getting their property ultimately annexed into the city. And so they also were interested in kind of this process and making the amendment. Just really quickly, in terms of the service in that area, what we would be looking at potentially for at least initial expansion would be some service agreements with some of the property owners, similar to what you've done on a couple other areas, where to extend like the main lines for water and sewer on Central, we would do some agreements with those properties to initiate that and move it further out Central as that development occurred and those projects happened. And then we already have, in terms of, because of the north-south where the city limits already are located, we have both city police already out in this area, and also then with our Fire Station 7 further out to the northwest, the ability to provide services in this area, and they're already obviously providing services just to the east where we already have city limits. And there's been some, because of the actions with the public safety levy, capacity added there with the mobile response units and some things that make that ability to respond to different types of emergencies a little easier to do. In terms of Met Transit, initially they wouldn't be immediately extending service here, but this area being included with 48th as a main arterial, with Central, and then with some connectivity internally, especially coming up from that Monad area to the south, over time that could become a good connection area for transit to loop through the area. Right now they go to Central and Shiloh and provide service out to that area. So with that, can you hit the next slide? Because okay. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I won't go through any more that you got in the memo, the discussion about the different service issues in the area and the ability to serve it. This evening, you would need to conduct a public hearing, take any comment, and then you could act on voting on this map amendment. So with that, happy to answer questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Wyeth. Questions for Wyeth before we go to a public hearing on the proposed map amendment involving the Central Avenue property? Are there any questions? Don't see any, so we'll open it for public comment. Thank you very much. Is there any public comment on item 3A, the proposed annexation map amendment as it pertains to the Central Avenue property? Is there any public comment on item 3A? Nobody's coming to the podium. There's nobody online, so we will close the public comment period. Back to council for further questions or motions. Councilmember Rupsis, Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to move, having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve a resolution amending the limits of annexation map, specifically around 48th and Central, as recommended by the City Annexation Committee.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Tidswell indicated a second earlier. Councilmember Rupsis or Tidswell, do you want to speak to your motion? Okay.
Chief, we good? Okay. Yeah? Okay.
Okay. Let it be shown on the record that Councilmember Tidswell asked the chief whether we're good, and he nodded his head back there. Okay. Further discussion on the motion. Councilmember Neese and Councilmember Purington.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry. I have a question for Wyeth. Wyeth, I was trying to track this on the GPS, and it appears, maybe I'm wrong on this, it appears that some of this is already developed. Is that right?
Councilmember Neese and Mayor and Council, yes, that's correct. There's a portion of property back at just west of Shiloh and north of Central, the Wells Garden Estate subdivision that's in the county that's developed and has been there for quite a few years. And then there's a newer subdivision that's still under development at 48th and Central on the northeast corner also. So they are currently in the county and either developed or partially developed.
And so this is all going to be in the red area. Does that mean that that portion of it is going to be, are they looking to annex that whole section?
Councilmember Neeson, Mayor and Council, they would have to, I mean, the owners in that area would have to petition to annex at this time. So we wouldn't be, unless the council decided to force annex in one of those developments, they wouldn't necessarily come in right now, but there's the potential, obviously, for them to come in the future.
So which area of the area are they actually looking to develop?
So yeah, there's, thanks, Kevin. So it's hard to see on this, but basically you've got, so the area, so here's Shiloh and Central, and you've got the twin home, or what am I trying to say, townhome development down here that's in the city. Right here, there's a portion here that's that Wells Garden Estates I was talking about that's county developed. And then out here is a county, that subdivision that's just under development now. So basically this area in here is not developed, and actually one of those property owners was one of the ones that's expressed interest in coming in. And then this entire area to the south over here is also not developed, and there's a portion of that property that is looking at the subdivision. So it's basically, of the whole thing right now, undeveloped is this whole area here, and then the kind of the portion in the middle right there.
Okay, and then, so then why are we annexing or putting in the red zone that top half of that area that's already developed in the county if they're not planning on coming in, or they don't want to come into the county?
So Councilmember Neeson, Mayor and Council, the way in the past with these areas that we've looked at, we've wanted to make sure that we show that regardless, basically, that those areas could come in and be served, and we want to send that message to them that that's possible. One of the things that we're going to talk about that we didn't get to talk about tonight regarding this is changing up the zones a little bit, and you obviously saw that when you were looking at the policy, to at least identify these areas that are developed in the county and may not come in the near future. Obviously, if they had an environmental issue or something, they might, but otherwise they could be out longer. So we're proposing going forward to separate them into a different zone, but it still doesn't mean that we wouldn't consider annexation.
Okay, so in the future map, that left side would be probably zone 3.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, for discussion on the motion, Councilmember Purinton?
So I guess that's one of my concerns, wife, is that the area that's developed in that second half, the west half of the top. Oh, he's at it again. Oh, goodness.
I got it.
Yay.
All right.
Anyway.
Our nemesis, the fly is dead
Now
at the
we can
hand of
relax.
Councilmember Gillick.
So you mentioned forced annexation. So if they don't want to come into the city now, but you're going to annex that whole portion, those 2 squares, that's what you want to annex, to include them in the annexation policy, the limits of annexation. So what is going to happen? How is forced annexation going to happen for those people that built out in the county?
So Councilmember Purinton and Mayor and Council. So yeah, first, the amendment, this amendment to the map doesn't actually annex them.
Right,
It just gets them where they have the opportunity to do that, and the city is showing that. Under the way the city has operated, basically since I've been here, except for I think 1 or 2 instances, the city council has not force annexed any properties in. You have the ability to do that when it's residential use property and when you have wholly surrounded type properties. But so the answer, I guess, is mainly the way it's been going is the property owner would have to initiate that petition to you to annex unless the city at some point decided to do something different. And that's been the case across the entire city, across all these maps for 20 years.
So we would have to, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, if I can continue. So the majority, 51% of those homeowners in, what was that subdivision called, Sundance subdivision, they would have to want to annex. The other 49, if they don't want to, they're going to have to. That's the forced part of annexation.
So
right?
Councilmember Purinton, Mayor and Council, if they were petitioning you to annex into the city, they would have to all signed the petition as the property owners.
And if they didn't, like I said, the 49% that didn't, they're going to be annexed anyway, whether they want to or not, and they will pay for it.
Okay, so Councilmember Perrin, you're saying if 51 of them said they did want to, correct, yeah, it's
take a
based
vote.
on them,
Yeah.
right, it's based on them
Okay.
submitting a petition to you that says we want to be annexed.
Okay.
And then you still have to make the decision. That's still.
So just one other quick question. I think it was on your very first slide, you made a comment about that you noticed for public hearing on what we're doing right now. Is that correct? There was a notice, I suppose, in
Correct.
Yellowstone County News.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
You know me, I always reach out to the Home Builders Association. They never heard of this. They didn't know that was happening. And you mentioned, Doug was that he's the developer in this area that's interested in doing that. And, of course, he doesn't represent the HBA and everything that he does. So they were a little surprised. And I also sent a letter to Wyeth asking if Senate Bill 382, if it had any implication. And I appreciate your responses because you obviously did look at those, so it didn't impact this area. But I just get concerned about public notices and how we inform our community about what's going on. And I just think that this is something, so I'm glad that we delayed 3B because I think there are some conversations that need to go in the community. Yeah, so I'm just really concerned about the public notice thing.
Okay, thank you. Anything else in the way of discussion? We do have a motion on the table for approval. I'll just make my own comment about the way the parks are handled in this. I'll vote for this because this is a natural development and expansion of the city, but the staff report deals with parks pretty superficially. And we just spent however many, 2 hours, wrestling with the problem of that we as a city council have created over half a century of not developing large parks. That's why our city has grown double in population without having a mechanism to get land and develop large parks. And we're continuing on that path in the annexation reports. There's nothing in here that tries to address that issue. And I think it's time to, and I think we can do that in that annexation policy, et cetera. What does that mean in real terms, practical terms? Well, it probably means we need to have a discussion about, as part of the annexation process, looking at what large park exists or does not exist to service these new areas on the perimeter of the community, and potentially go to those properties and say, you're welcome to our party, but we need your financial contribution or in-kind land contribution for large park development. Probably not fair to put all of that on those property owners, but maybe some portion. And maybe we split it up between, and we get it started with their dollars, or we use something else, but we certainly need to have that conversation. So anyway, I just wanted to lay that one out there. We can address that when we talk about the annexation policy, but these things are silent on that, and I think we need to stop that silence so we don't have to have another 2 hours in 50 years. Councilmember Purington.
Just real quickly, Wyeth, on this map, so where the red is, that's the area of annexation right now, correct?
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
The red. Yep.
So you've got right there at the corner, I suppose that is Shiloh and Central, where there's a blank square and then there's a red square. Yes, sir?
Yeah.
Right there.
Correct.
Pointer here if you want it.
Oh, I like trying to,
Okay.
I like pointing. So my point is that I think this needs to go into consideration with our annexation policy. In that lower southwest corner, I think, is a recreational marijuana shop. Is that correct?
Councilmember Perrin, Mayor and Council, yes, as far as I
Okay.
understand it,
So
both medical and.
they have contacted me before, and I know I've asked the question many times. What happens whenever they are forced into the city because DEQ will not allow them to have their septic renewed because there's city services all around them. So I think, and I don't expect you to address that tonight, but I'm just thinking as we go forward with that annexation, that there needs to be some policies within there, because these are now legitimate business owners. They're in the county, in a county island, and a lot of those exist throughout Billings. I know we've talked about it with the bypass up in the Heights. So I think those need to be addressed. And I don't know if you do it in the annexation policy. I don't know where that happens. But I think legally, we need to find out where the city is if we have to annex those properties.
Councilmember Jerrington, Mayor and Council, I'm thinking, trying to understand kind of what you're talking about regarding the use of the property, that is probably not necessarily, something that goes in the annexation policy, but, because certainly if we have existing properties right now that are in the county, and if they come into the city, depending on their, the situation with the use is something that's not an allowed use, then that kind of,
So
that has
that's
to
more
be
of a
sorted
zoning.
out by the property owner, to make sure they can be in compliance. But certainly something we can visit, we can look at. One of the things we tried to do, just to not get way off track here, but when we were working and still are actually with the county on their marijuana regulations, was have it be basically some of the same requirements in both jurisdictions, so you wouldn't have that proximity issue. Like if that property was too close to a park, a school, or church, it would be the same. And unfortunately, I think we're going to finally get some of that in place, but it's obviously a long time since, So that would help on the zoning.
You're saying it's more of a planning and zoning issue?
Yeah, I think it could
than
help.
it is an annexation issue?
Yeah, I think potentially, you'd be dealing more on the land, because it's more of a use.
Okay, would you agree with that, Gina? I don't want to blind anyone, and I don't think that this is something that we really need to discuss right now, but I think it is pertinent to whether it's in planning, zoning, or annexation.
I haven't seen one since 1999, but I think it absolutely could happen, especially with what we have today, which is our voters have said no to recreational marijuana. I would expect the strong argument to be to legal that property owner has to make a choice. If they want to connect to our water because they cannot no longer use their well because it's contaminated, they will have to make a choice if they're going to change their business to something that legally can be inside the city limits or not. Or the council could make an exception, but you make that exception, why would you make that exception? So it's a whole lot of what ifs. I have not seen one in 20-some years, but it absolutely could happen at some point with the concerns of water quality on the West End.
Okay, thank you, council. We do have a motion for us. We'll move to a vote on that unless there's any further discussion on the motion. Don't see any, so reminder, the motion is for approval of item 3A, the map change. Orange turns to red, in simple terms. So if in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. We'll be coming back on item 3B, the other properties and the annexation policy, after we had further discussion in a work session. Brings us then to items 4. Tony, would you please read item 4?
Public hearing and resolution approving a property tax abatement for WP East 80 LLC. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you very much. Chris, you're down as the presenter. We do have the applicant with us. Diane is with us, and the applicant has been patiently suffering along with the rest of us through the heat all night long, so we appreciate their patience.
Need to be more coordinated. Good evening, Diane Lem with Big Sky Economic Development. Thank you. Diane Lem with Big Sky Economic Development. Along with me is Pam Ask, one of the owners of WP East 80 LLC. Tonight, we are asking council to consider a 5-year tax abatement for WP East 80 for an expansion and reconstruction project at 3925 Grand Avenue. The request meets the requirements under MCA 15-24-1501, County Resolution 02-66, and City Resolution 05-18377. Council members, as a reminder, for tax abatement applications, the tax relief for the business is only on the incremental increase in taxable valuation for the improvement, so the remodel, the expansion, or the reconstruction to the structure, and it is not applied to the land value. The benefits provided through the 5-year tax abatement include a 100% abatement on the new investment in years 0 through 4, and at year 5, the business is taxed at the full value. So per code, city resolution allows for tax reductions on remodeling, reconstruction, or expansion of existing real property, provided that investment is at $500,000 or greater and has an increase of 2.5% of the total overall value. WP East 80 LLC has been in business at this location for 22 years. The business specializes in retail sales, entertainment, and food sales. The company plans to remodel and expand their business by investing $800,000 in remodeling and reconstruction at that location. The company is utilizing a local design and construction companies and to complete the project. The existing building is currently valued at $230,000, or currently assessed at $230,000, and their plan is to complete the construction this year. There will be a minimum of 3 new jobs created at $14 per hour or greater, and employees also receive on-the-job training and tips and bonuses. Sorry, I've lost my place. So here's the fiscal effect of a 5-year tax abatement as an example. On a $1 million increase in assessed value, that would create $3,350 in new city taxes per year, or over 5 years, $16,754. I would remind that on a assessed value of the improvements, it's just like when we do a remodel in our home. We may spend $80,000 on a kitchen remodel, but it may only increase our value of our property by $40,000, $50,000. So there is some variable in that as you're doing those investments. As such, depending on each investment, this is just an example of a $1 million investment. Currently, the building is assessed value is $230,000. The new private investment is $800,000. Currently, they employ 12 individuals for full-time jobs. They plan to create 3 new jobs. And using our economic development analysis tool, Jobs EQ, the economic impact of this project would be $1.9 million. This project is located within Billings city limits and seeks approval by a Billings City Council. Again, the tax abatement request is only on the new investment in the business, meaning the tax savings are only on those new incremental value of the $800,000 investment. The existing tax obligations remain at 100%. And And that is what I've got for a presentation. I'll entertain questions, and I also have Pam Ask with me here tonight that can give you a little bit more information on the project.
Okay, thank you very much. So questions, Councilmember Ripsis?
Thank you, Mayor. And Diane, I'm not sure if this would be a better question for you or for Ms. Ask. I was looking on the DOR site because I wanted to see how property appraisals were changing for commercial sites, since we've been talking about it so much for residential sites, but commercial. And I noticed on there that it says your permit issued in March 2023, which I think is probably the renovation you're talking about here, was for $377,000. And I was just wondering, since we have that $500,000 cutoff, and it's listed that we're estimating $800,000 improvements, but the permit says 377. Can you help me understand what that is?
I think there's been an amendment to that permit, so
Okay, all right, thank you.
they wouldn't be able to be doing the work they're doing if they didn't have it fully permitted, so.
Right, okay, all
Every
right.
time they make a change that raises my costs, they
Yeah.
have to go to permitting, so we've had to do that several times.
Okay, all right. The application says the estimates and everything will be attached to the application, but we don't see that as part of our packet. So that's why I had to ask. Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Okay. Pam, while we have you, anything about the project you want to tell us about, or just leave it to you?
Well, primarily what stimulated.
And if we can ask you to speak right into that mic, and that way it gets picked up.
Primarily what stimulated this project in the first place, before my husband was killed 3 years ago, he said we were running out of storage space for product. Business has been pretty good, and we've just either have to get a delivery truck every single day, or we have to develop more storage space and rearrange the retail space so that it makes a little more sense and we're not running our supplier ragged. So yeah, this was originally my husband's idea, and it's just taken the family this long to get it put together and to actually get it done. What you're looking at there is the rendering of what the update will look like in that store. It'll be nice and clean and fresh, and I had one lady tell me when we opened the first store in Billings Heights, she was shopping and she looked at me and she said, "For the first time, I don't feel like I have to go home and take a shower after I've been to the liquor store." And I got a kick out of that. Well, this is really a lot cleaner than that one even was, so this is going to be kind of great, I think.
Okay, great. Thank you. Other questions for Diane or for Pam? Councilmember Perrington.
Thank you. So Diane, that was part of the problem too, is that we didn't get the full information. And also the DOR for the 2.5% was blank, but I understand that they can't do that until after it happens, until everything is done.
That's correct.
So what you're saying is that that's what your best guess is that it's going to look like, right?
Yeah, so it's based off of what the anticipated costs that will be spent are. And then you're seeing the renderings on that. And then DOR comes in after it's complete and does a reevaluation. And that's when they look at and determine whether it meets those percentages and goes forward. If it doesn't meet that criteria, then it would be moot.
So I think, if I could continue, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
So one of the things, because I looked into this, and we had an abatement, I don't know, a month ago. And it was my understanding that council was going to get a little bit more information about abatements and how, we need to look at those. And so I went through all of the MCA sections, and there's like 4 different ones that are applicable to tax abatements, state statutes. And so the one that because 1401, that's for industries, that if you're building an industry. And then 1501 is the one, I think that this one is based on. And the problem that I have with that is that, and I understand that the city has developed their own abatement policy. I get that. But if you look at 1502, that's the one that talks about a business being vacant for 6 months. And, the whole intent is for it to be an economic driver for the community. And part of the issue that I have with this one is that you said there's 3 employees. They're part-time employees. That's what it has on here, is that it would add 3 employees to your business. And initially, my understanding was when it went to the county, it was 1 employee. And they said, well, that's not enough, so it's 3 part-time employees. So, well, where did I get 3 part-time employees if that's not part of the?
Pam, since she made the application, it has always been 3 employees per location.
Part-time or full-time?
Part-time.
Okay, that's what I just said.
They're not all part-time. But what we based that on was the floor space that we were going to have and the way we were going to operate the business, that we'd have to add 3 employees. And not all of them are. What we do with our business is that the people oftentimes will work part-time in one store, and because the other store is another corporation, they'll work part-time in that store. So they have full-time jobs. But the 3 people was what we figured we'd have to add in order to operate the store. If we see any increases in business, there are going to be multiple more, and especially over the Christmas holidays, we always add 6 or 7 people during holidays. So there's going to be quite a few. We're anticipating more people than that to be employed.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions before we have a public hearing? Do you need to open up for public hearing? Okay, I don't see any others, so we'll open up for, feel free to take a seat. Is there anybody who would like to comment? This is a public hearing on item number 4, the proposed tax abatement for WP East 80. Is there any public comment? Anybody coming forward? No one's coming forward, nobody online, so we'll close the public hearing. Council, any further questions for Diane or Ms. Ask, or is there a motion? Councilmember Boyette.
I'll take the initiative, Mayor. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve a resolution approving a property tax abatement for WP East 80 LLC as recommended by staff.
Second by Councilmember Rupsis. Discussion now on the motion. Councilmember Boyette or Rupsis, did you want to speak to your motions? Councilmember Boyette.
Sure.
And then Councilmember Neese.
The rules are here. We play by the rules. The petitioner has asked for the tax abatement, and the rules are there, so we need to give it to her. Very simple.
Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a second abatement we've had here recently, and this is to you, Chris. I think council had an interest of reviewing this procedure and updating it. I think it's a 2005 procedure. The $500,000 amount is from 2005. I'm sure construction inflation is more than the standard CPI, so I would suspect, I don't know what the construction index over time is, but I would suspect the amount may not qualify if we had kept up with certain inflationary costs. But do you know when this will come to us so that we can review this procedure?
Mayor and Councilmember Neese, no work, to my knowledge, has started relative to analyzing whether you want to amend or change the criteria for tax abatements. I think this draws a question. Some of us have had conversations one-on-one about it. I've rarely seen tax abatements in Montana. I've seen more in Billings than I saw in my previous 15 years. And this is the first one I've seen at a retail level, but under the statute, it does fit within it. So I think if the council would like us to work with Big Sky Economic Development, that's who I would work with. They're our regional economic development agency, to have more criteria around maybe, Steve and I talked, they use criteria for some of their investment funds, investments not as in return investments in local businesses, things of that nature, that he and I chatted that may be a really good starting point for you to see and see if you concur to decide where you want to incentivize. At the moment, anywhere in the city limits, if you comply with the ordinance that we have or the resolution, then you comply. I don't know why we don't see more of these, but we don't see them very often.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Joy, Councilmember Gulick, and Councilmember Parrington.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I won't support the motion. I think we should have a floor in our policy for the number of jobs that are created. This sector of our economy is, okay, well, let's look at it. So according to the Department of Revenue, for Yellowstone County, the value of liquor licenses totaled is $73 million. Missoula is 39. Gallatin is 40 million. I don't think this is a sector of our economy that we should be incentivizing. I'm unimpressed by the economic driver that this could be. I'm unimpressed by the employment statistics, so I'll vote no.
Thank you, Councilmember Gulick.
Thank you, Councilmember Neese, in terms of, I too wanted to just bring, figure out how we, as a council, move forward with giving direction to staff that we are interested in just making sure that this policy is best reflects our priorities in our community, and if there are other ways of achieving some of those goals. So maybe this is a question, if I could, Mayor, to Chris, just
sure.
What do you need to have direction and to get it on a staff? Got a lot of things on your plate, but given some, is there a time frame and what sort of direction do you need from council?
I mean, the most helpful thing, honestly, is when there's an initiative that 6 or more of you support, prioritizing time being put to it. That's the cleanest thing to know, that we've got 6 or more. It doesn't have to be that way. If it's clear that a strong majority, you don't have to take the initiative process. But I guess if some of you are like, no, why would we take time on this? The cleanest way to do it is to have an initiative, or it's real obvious that a strong majority wants to go there. I can work with Big Sky Economic Development. We can put it on a work session. It'll take a few months to get to you, but we could put it on a future work session to propose some parameters. So either a strong majority of you voice that, or if you literally want to make an initiative at some point.
May follow up. Yeah, I guess council, short of an initiative, I'd be happy to even give a straw vote tonight.
Point of order, Mayor. Yeah.
No, you can't do that.
I think we have
We have a motion before us on this. So, yeah, we need to deal with that first. So, Councilmember Parrington.
Thank you. So, first, I am pro-business. I do like businesses, and I want our businesses to flourish. I also want our community to flourish. So please understand that. I just, if we want to look at Billings resolution, I tried to find the county and couldn't find it, so I don't know what it said. But I would take issue on 4D, which each applicant shall meet the following minimum criteria: provide information on the number and pay ranges of jobs that are created or retained by the construction project. Now, to me, we're still talking about, is it 3 part-timers? Is it 3 across the board for each project? Is it 6 total, 6 part-time jobs? I think it barely meets that minimum, and to me, it's not enough. And I will say that I have discussed this with some of our state legislators here in Yellowstone County, and I probably talked to about 6 of them, and the majority of them don't like tax abatements. And so I won't vote for this one.
Okay. I'm going to recognize Councilmember Neese, but first I'm going to just ask a question for Diane. Diane, help me to understand the bottom line numbers here, if you would. It's an $800,000 investment, a 4-year abatement. your example, I never saw really just the bottom line of what we're giving up in tax revenue, and that's my question. But if I understand correctly, your $1 million example was only $3,300 of tax savings at $1 million. We're talking something less than that, so call it $3,000 a year times 4 years. This is about a $12,000 swing. That's what we're talking about. Is that neighborhood?
So my estimate, if we divide that in half, going with the theory that an investment of 800,000 is not going to return 800,000 in new taxable value, at 500,000, that would be $1,675 a year for those 5 years, construction plus years 1 through 4, for a total of savings of $8,375 over that 5-year abatement on the new investment of the 800,000.
Okay, so thank you very much for that clarification. I'll just comment on the jobs question, which is you get what you pay for, and we're not paying much for those 3 jobs. So, Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Gina, I just wanted to clarify, we have an ordinance that's, that we have on the books. It has certain guidelines, but just because an applicant applies, does that mean if they fit the criteria, do we have to approve it? Or if we don't approve it, do we have to have a valid reason for denial?
Councilmember Neese, the resolution does not require council to approve it. In fact, if you look at the Exhibit A, which is the application procedure, it does contemplate that council will conduct a public hearing and will approve, conditionally approve, or disapprove the application. There are minimum criteria. I think as long as council has articulated the reasons why, then I can't see how there would be any viable challenge to that, but I do think that council should articulate, and I have heard a few things already, so I think that council has done that, and I think that that would be most appropriate.
Thank you.
One more thing, what the resolution does do, however, if council does approve the tax incentive, the amount that is improved is set forth, and that the staff memo I see says that council could approve a different amount, but really the resolution requires it to follow the schedule or the percentage as set forth in paragraph 3 in the resolution.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Councilmember Parrington, Councilmember Shaw, and then we'll try to move to a vote soon.
Well, I'm just going to say that as far as I'm concerned, 4D, it doesn't meet that minimum. To me, that's a real lack of showing that this is going to add to the economy of Billings. The other thing that I will say, and I don't know if the rest of you are aware of it, but with DOR, Diane sent some information from DOR that if the county approves, which it did, if the city doesn't approve, then DOR will probably hate us because it's, they're going to have to hand do this, and they don't want to do that, but I just figure that's their job. So I'm just saying that if you're not aware of that, I know it's kind of an issue with DOR, but I guess my other issue with that was that in the state statute, if something is located within the municipality, it doesn't have to go through the county. Now, I guess I'd have to reread this resolution, Gina, that, the county's involved in this. I think that's part of our resolution. Someplace I think I saw that. But I would take issue with that, too.
Yeah, and just to clarify, my understanding is each jurisdiction has the ability to go thumbs up or thumbs down on their assessment. We don't have to agree. So
But DOR will not lock.
Yeah, if they have to have a different taxable value for the county's calculation, a different one for us, that creates issues for DOR. Theoretically possible, but as you're right, you're not going to get any more Christmas cards from DOR. Okay. Councilmember Shaw, I think, had your hand up, right?
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I will support the motion, and I would also support us looking at our policies so that this is clear going forward. I don't like the idea of changing things up on the fly, so I'm yes on both.
Thank you. Any further discussion before we move to a vote? Okay. The motion is for approval consistent with the staff recommendation. Councilmember Neese.
I just want to clarify something Gina said.
Sure.
Gina, are you saying that the resolution isn't in line with what the resolution that's before us to approve for this tax abatement is not in line with the tax abatement resolution? Are we missing something out of it? I thought you said something doesn't match.
No, if I did, maybe I just wasn't clear. All I meant was that if council approves that that they meet the qualifications, that there should be a tax abatement, that there should be a tax incentive granted, it has to be 0% for the first 4 years. And then at the 5th year, they're taxed at 100%.
Okay.
So in the state statute, it provides for a more graduated, like 20, 40, 60, something like that.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you mentioned there had to be a dollar amount, but I misunderstood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll proceed to a vote. Again, the motion is for approval, consistent with the staff recommendation. If in favor of the motion, item 4, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Voting in opposition, council members Neese, Joy, and Purington. Did I miss anybody in opposition? All other council members voting in favor, motion passes 8-3. Thank you very much. Item number 5 looks vaguely familiar. Tony, would you read item number 5?
Public hearing and resolution approving a property tax abatement for Players Club, Inc. Staff recommends approval.
Okay, thank you very much. Diane, can you give us the abbreviated version on this one?
I will do that. Again, it is the same property owner. We are looking at a 5-year abatement again. I will not go through all of MCA on that. This business location, it's been in business at this location for 27 years. It's investing $1.4 million in an expansion. Local companies have been hired for the design and construction. 3 new part-time jobs at a minimum of $14 per hour. Additionally, the employees received on-the-job training, and they also received tips and bonuses. This is my example of a $1 million value improvement. And on this investment, the current assessed value of the building is $341,502. They're planning to invest $1.4 million into the project. Current full-time positions at this location are 12. They plan to expand by at least 3 part-time positions. And through our economic analysis per JobsEQ, the economic impact of this project is 2.7, close to $2.8 million. And that's a really quick rundown.
Diane, can you just then help us on what this is going to cost in foregone tax revenue? $1.4 million investment. You clarified before we should not expect all of that to translate to an increase in taxable value. But if we use your $1 million example, that comes to roughly this $3,300 opportunity cost, I guess, times 5.
Correct.
We're looking at about a $16,500 total cost over the 5-year period.
Correct, and I would estimate in my conversations with Department of Revenue that that would be the high end of that, just based on the evaluation of that property and the age of that property. So I would say 3,300 is probably your high end per year.
Okay, so something in the neighborhood of $16,000 or less.
Or less, yes.
Okay, thank you for that. Other questions for Diane or Pam on this item? Okay, we'll open it up for public hearing on item number 5. Is there any public comment on item number 5? No one is coming forward. No one is online, so we'll close the public hearing. Now back to council. Councilmember Owen?
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve a resolution approving a property tax abatement for Players Club, Inc., as recommended by staff.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Boyette. Discussion, Councilmember Owen or Boyette, did you want to speak to your motion?
I think this is great. This is a development that badly needs some revitalization. This is a tough corner to do business on, period. And, Main Street really needs some refreshing. And this is an area that, I know that the purpose of tax abatement is not necessarily blight, but this is a pretty blighted area, and it will be a welcome perk on Main Street. So super enthusiastic to see this happening and to support it.
Thank you very much. Further discussion? I'll just comment on if we do look at this policy, that location should be a really important criteria. And this is, I think, a great example where maybe we could develop some criteria where automatically anything in a TIF district would qualify, anything along certain priority zones. I'm thinking our major our legacy arterials that need redevelopment, Central, Broadwater, Grand Avenue, Main Street and the Heights, they would automatically qualify. And then maybe specialty projects outside of those physical areas that have a unique history. They're brownfields, they've been underdeveloped for many, many years, whatever. Maybe we can develop some criteria if we wanted to restrict what qualifies for these tax abatements. But I agree, this is in an area that needs as much redevelopment as we can help. And it's not just these jobs also. Remember, there's a lot of construction workers that'll be benefited by the project as well. But other discussion on the motion. Motion is for approval. Councilmember Purington?
I just want to speak to your comment. I think it was in May of 2011. A project came before the council, and it had to do within a TIF district. I don't have the sheet with me, but that would be that. I think it was at the first regular session in May of 2011, and it does talk about that because it's talking about double dipping and some other areas. So, I agree. Just needs to be added to the conversation.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Joy.
Thank you. I won't be supporting the motion. I'm glad that the building will get a facelift, but that isn't a reason to incentivize this particular part of our economy. What we're deciding is not whether or not we want a better building. What we're deciding is how we're going to incentivize job creation. That's what we're doing. Construction workers, that's very short-term work. That's not a bad thing. But we have areas of our economy here in Billings that if we incentivized them, we could be getting people into jobs that are paying $24 an hour, not $14. We're incentivizing. We have to make critical decisions about what we want to incentivize. I won't be supporting this. A second thing that I think we should consider when we're incentivizing is what are our costs, not only just the benefit, but what are our costs? Depending on the type of businesses, if we incentivize Shipton's Big R, just taking it for example, they close at 9 o'clock at night, not much of a savings. If we have other types of business, do we actually have higher costs in public safety? So it's not just a matter of what we incentivize, but it's also what are those costs. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll proceed to a vote. Not being any other further discussion, we've had the public hearing, so if in favor of the motion, which is for approval, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Voting opposition, council members Neese, Joy, and Purington. All other council members voting in favor, motion passes 8-3. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience on these items. This is how we earn our pay. So, and our night's not over. That concludes our regular agenda items, but we still have opportunity for public comment on non-agenda items. If anybody came and would like to comment on something that was not on our agenda tonight, this is your opportunity. Is there any public comment on non-agenda items? Come forward. No one is coming forward, so we'll close the public comment period on non-agenda items. Now we do have an opportunity for council initiatives. We've had a lot of discussion earlier. I'm going to just turn it over to Councilmember Rupsis. We all know that he has a initiative to propose. And Councilmember Rupsis, how do we get through this? It's 20-10. Are we going to be here for 4 hours, like kind of an hour per page?
Yeah, if it's only 4.5 pages, I can read through it pretty quickly.
We would hope you don't do that because we've had an opportunity to look at it.
Shouldn't be a need to.
But members of
to
the
read
public maybe have not.
Right.
And how we want to make sure that members of the public see this. It has been circulated with our emails, and so a copy is also available there. But if people want a copy of it, please contact any of your council members or Councilmember Rupsis. So with that, Councilmember Rupsis.
Or it was emailed out to the public council address, so it's available on the city website. It's a public document on the council emails on July 6th. That day it was emailed out. So thank you, Mayor. As you all know, that we do have an initiative. The initiative requests staff to bring back a resolution that we can pass that describes all the guidelines, agreements, and commitments that people have made throughout this process of getting to a bond resolution. And I've asked that, I'm sorry, do I need to introduce the motion first and then speak to it?
Yeah, technically, we will need a motion.
So I move to direct staff to convert the submitted document into a resolution and bring it back to council for adoption during a business meeting before the end of August 2023.
Okay, motion made, second by Councilmember Shaw. Councilmember Rupsis, if you'd like to speak to your motion, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So, yes, this document describes both the general overview of the bond, financial commitments that have been made, approaches to project management, and then specifically talking about the management and operations of the rec center specifically. Just wanted to say a few things, have some highlights just for the public record to get out there. First off, as we looked at all the different projects that were out there, we focused on replacing existing deteriorating facilities, completing partially completed parks as consistently as possible to their adopted master plans, and leveraging grants and pledges from other governmental and private sources. Those were three very specific things that we honed on in as we filtered out all the possible $230 million worth of projects that were out there. As indicated earlier, the projects that were selected and their estimated budgets are listed specifically. So the 12 items there are all listed. We do have trails projects lumped as one project, even though we know that's about 5 different projects. The trails projects specifically are detailed in the document as well. Wanted to note that we expect the potential impact to the taxpayer, that $153 estimated, which will have the actual number, actual projected number in early August. We expect that to be done in a series of bonds, not in one big $150 increment, but in a series of 3 to 5 increments over the next 3 to 5 years. And Andy Zeller, our finance director, will figure out the best way to get through that so that we can make sure that we do that properly. We do expect that we have enough money in the general fund and enough cap room in the general fund to cover both the PD1 transfer, the shift that we did this year, the FY '24 budget. We shifted that to the general fund to cover the shortfall in existing operations and maintenance deficits, as well as to operate and maintain all the new parks amenities for the next 5 years or so before we start getting into general fund cap room. We do expect to have to run a levy in about 5 years, give or take. Best estimate right now is about 5 years to maintain parks and these facilities after that point. It doesn't make much sense to run a levy before you know if the community wants to support the investments. So this is us saying that if the community wants to build these investments, we need to be very upfront and transparent that we expect that at some point we will have to come back and ask for a levy to maintain them. Let's see, we have talked about all the financial commitments. We had a number of partners speak tonight and back in June. Again, if their capital campaign falls short, then we need to adjust our budgets back. We shouldn't just break our promise and just use the bonds anyway. If we don't reach our capital campaign goals, we should hold ourselves accountable to that. If we exceed our campaign goals, anything over $12 million should be accessible to expand the budgets. So if Castle Rock then puts in if the community around Castle Rock puts in another $1 million, great. Castle Rock now has $13 million to budget, but we have to hit that goal first. Trails projects are all highly tied to transportation alternative program funds, and so they had a different approach with the trails projects. TrailNet suggested that the trails projects get bonded as they reach their fundraising commitments, which again, they committed to raising $425,000 for different projects. And as transportation alternative program funds are available. So those will be kind of on a separate track. We will have a lot of naming sponsorship opportunities at parks all around the city. We need to work with the capital campaign as they go through that, and we'll need to work with the Parks Department and the Parks Board to look at what a naming program looks like. We talked about the T-bid tonight and their agreement, conditional at this point, but they're meeting in a few days to nail down what the terms of that will be. And again, they're going to work on a memorandum of understanding with the city to formalize that commitment, and that will be ready before the election. We want the Parks Department to implement Adopt a Park and Adopt a Trail programs. We've talked about these for years. They were in the comprehensive plan suggestions, and we've never done that, and so we need to get those formal programs going. In terms of project management, we want to make sure that the goal is deliver as much value to the community as quickly as possible and with as much community involvement in key decision-making as possible. We don't want the Parks Department or you or me or somebody sitting in a room making the decisions on the scope. When it comes down to we've got X million dollars to do and our new estimates come out to X plus $1 million, we want the community to make those decisions on what's in scope and what should be waited for another year, or do we want to go out and raise more funds to hit that? We've had a lot of conversation about potential project management techniques. Director Pig talked to us a bit tonight about that. We need to work with our experts and let them define the best way to get through that as quickly and efficiently as possible. It may be, paralleling some things or finding, contractors that can do, specific types of works in all parks, as quickly as they can. We will work through all of that. The rec center, we want to be very clear. The rec center cannot suck off the budgets from other projects. So the rec center cannot go over budget and then say, well, Centennial will just cut that budget by $2 million and use that to fund the rec center. We do not want that. If the rec center wants to go over their budget, they're going to have to do it by raising additional private funds. And the rec center design can't be, I think we talked about this earlier, can't be started until the T-bid MOU is signed, which basically puts the T-bid on the hook for supporting that operational deficit for at least 10 years. We talked to Director Pig introduced the concept of using community steering committees. So every project will have those types of committees that will be responsible for making sure that the community is engaged, communication is going on, budgets are protected, all those types of things. And then they're making those key decisions on scope and design as we go through that. Talking quickly about the rec center, we all, city staff included, want the rec center to be privately managed by a third party. It's not going to be managed, the day-to-day operations, by the Parks Department. I know there's been a lot of consternation about this, about how it would be managed. We all feel that a specialized group would do a better job managing that day-to-day than the department would right now. So that's the approach that we want to take for that. We have talked about setting up an authority, an operating authority for the rec center. We have a couple different options that we've been able to determine legally. We have two different options. One is for the administrators to set up an operating committee that will then run as an administrators committee, not a council committee, because council can only create advisory committees. The administrator can do different. The other is we sign a user agreement with a third-party private entity, nonprofit, something like that, that would operate the rec center. Regardless of which model we go, the primary mission of the recreation center will always be to serve the diverse recreational needs of the residents of Billings. It's a secondary mission to support economic activity through sports tourism and related events. This is a community asset, and the entire community will have access to it. If the only time you or I can go swimming is from 1 to 3 on a Wednesday afternoon, that's not going to work. Right? Everybody needs to have access to that, and we need to make sure that the rec center is run with that in mind. A couple other points on the rec center. We want that annual budget and operating center plan to be presented to council every year, just like we do for the T-bid and for the Exchange Par 3 Golf Course, Amen Park Development Council, all those types of partnerships. We want the rec center to generate, through naming rights and sponsorships, advertising, those kinds of things, $650,000 a year that will be paid to the city or allocated to the city specifically for the point of paying down debt service. So that's $650,000 a year that we don't have to assess on taxpayers. That'll come right off the top. So again, that's the first start to our mortgage payment, if you will, is coming right off of that revenue on top of the grants and other private donations that have been received. We do not, one of the things that the rec center operations will likely do is offer facility surcharges or impose facility surcharges for events, leagues, tournaments, all those kinds of things. We don't want those surcharges to be charged on regular residents' membership and admissions. We're paying the bill on our taxes. We shouldn't have to also then pay an extra $3 a month just to access the rec center. Right? That's not saying if we want to go and watch a hockey tournament and they're charging a $5 admission fee that residents shouldn't be charged for that, right? These are just for regular resident admissions and memberships that we shouldn't be charged surcharges. Whereas if we do want different rates for residents and non-city residents, right? And we might have a facility surcharges for non-city residents as well. That'll kind of be up to the determination of that operating committee. And finally, we do want to establish a capital maintenance fund. And it's just going to take some time to figure out what's the right level, what's the right funding mechanism for that. But over time, we should build that capital maintenance fund because things will break. We need to be able to take care of those. And the T-bid assessment will help with the operations, but they don't do maintenance. We have to be able to fund that maintenance on our own. So there was a lot more in here that I didn't get into. I think it's a good start and pretty detailed. Had lots of input from a lot of you, so I appreciate that. Thank you very much for taking the time and providing that input. And I guess that would be my comments on the motion. Hope we can pass this and staff can get it back to us before the end of August as a resolution that we can pass so that the public knows what our commitments are.
Thank you, Councilmember Rupsis. And again, just let's clarify the procedure here. Yep. If this is approved, council members are not approving any specific terminology, but are directing staff to bring us back something else that will have to be approved at some point and that can be edited. And what we are approving is this as a framework. So I guess we could get into working out specific details, cross this out, add to it, changing that framework. But if we don't get into that at 5 to 10, don't think this is your last opportunity to see it.
Yep, so just two comments on that, if I
Please.
could. One is, yes, this is just a framework, but a lot of different partners and organizations have agreed to this. So we just have to be careful that whatever we want to change, we might have some impact on people that have already agreed and invested in this process to get us to this point. Second being, if you have changes that you want to see, please get them in early. Let's not like throw this on staff at the end of August when they bring it back to us as an actual resolution. You know what the document looks like. Let's get those thoughts in so we can get them incorporated before we get to the final session.
We've got a lot of questions. Can I just ask staff, though, because they're the other immediate partner in this, whether they're up to the job, that they're on board with this, how, from your side, Chris, Gina, whoever would be involved with the drafting process, that would happen?
Well, first of all, I think it's a must to get your support. I think it's the right thing to do. The intent is to hit this perfect or ideal point where we are being clear with the citizens what we intend to do if we're given $143 million to invest. While I caution leaving enough flexibility that these projects that are going to be built over the next 3 to 5 years, we don't know what we don't know. So I think the resolution is a good idea, provided we don't make it so tight that future administration, council, or staff can't move. I mean, look what happened with the City Hall project and how critical it was that we had some movability. So on timeline, I've put it is in a resolution form. It's been shot out to the kind of core team that would work on it. Your next 2 meetings, I don't think it's realistic for July 24th, because that means it will have to be done 7 days from now, 5 days from now, but that's when it would have to be done to be in that packet for the 24th. I've got the 24th date on it, and I've got the August 14th date on it. Do you want a work session before you see it? If that's the case, that adds to it. So the idea is to get it done as soon as reasonably possible without thinking we're going to get this done in the next 4 days.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Owen, Councilmember Neal.
I guess, I don't know if I'm directing this to the city administrator or to Councilmember Rupsis, whoever wants to answer it can answer it, but I guess I appreciate the procedural clarification. I would like a reality check. Is this actually open for discussion, debate, and input? Because we can't all just send our changes to Gina and let her wrestle that out. I mean, I would like to see this on a work session. I would like to actually debate and discuss this. I understand that commitments have been made, but I have thoughts about this, and I think this is really meaningful and matters. But if this is baked, because it sounds like it is, then I want to know that too, so I don't waste my time. So I guess I'd just like a little reality check.
Who would you like to comment?
I'm not sure, because I didn't realize that draft resolutions were already being circulated that council hasn't seen, so maybe Chris knows if this is done. But this is Tom's initiative.
So let's be clear. I used ChatGPT tonight, pasted in what was given, and I've got a resolution in front of me. I mean, it's a draft resolution to start working with in resolution language. The most important components, like the sit down with the TBID, who's committed millions of dollars toward this, is probably the strongest commitment we have, because the necessity has been to make sure that legal counsel for the TBID and your legal counsel was comfortable that they could make a commitment to cover operational expenses. So we did sit down and have that meeting, and I think legally it may be not possible to lock them in for more than 10 years because of the statute. But I don't want to overstate that handshakes have been made or we've locked into things beyond the intent of what's been discussed with you over and over with dollar amounts towards projects.
Councilor Ripsis, can you comment on that? I suspect the answer is it depends, you know.
It's actually exactly what I said before. Yes, we can provide input, and some of you have, and Councilmember Owen has. I appreciate that, and I incorporated a lot of what you suggested in there.
No, I haven't. And I'm frustrated that that keeps getting represented, that there's been a lot of input here. I
Okay,
haven't.
so just so everybody knows, Councilmember Owen and I sat down 2 afternoons, and she marked the document up and gave it back to me, and I incorporated a lot of her suggestions into it. And also, we've asked through email multiple times to send any suggestions back, as others did. So thank you. Yes, you and others have provided input.
And we're not foreclosed from adding more in the future. That's just a beginning process.
That's right.
But that is a misrepresentation of what has happened. And I just want to know that we can actually have an open debate. So I would come down in favor of a work session because I think these things should be discussed. I don't think we've resolved if there's going to be a July 31st meeting or not.
I think we had earlier talked about doing that.
So I don't know when it would be, but I think it would be worthy to have this on a work session.
I think we were talking about having
The evening that the council made the decision to eliminate the July 3rd meeting, a July 31st meeting was added as a work session. At this moment, there are agenda items, things get moved, that's why they're draft agendas, but we have 2 work sessions back to back. We don't want to postpone. We got July 31st and August 7th. Those are both work sessions. One of those agendas is empty. One of those agendas is fairly full. So yes, we can, I mean, if you just look at those 2 as an example, if that's not putting it out too far, that is a work session where we can get into that.
Yeah, there's no reason not to put this on the agenda. Is there, I mean, in some form?
I would just suggest, I'm actually going to be out of town on the 31st.
Me too.
A lot of other people are kind of nodding there.
But I think, I mean, there's not much on the 7th, and maybe some of the things on the 31st could bump a little. I mean, I don't know that, it doesn't sound like there's a lot of opportunity to give input, so this probably won't take long at a work session, but I think we should at least try.
And I would also encourage individual council members to continue what you've already been doing, too. So if you can get internal satisfaction, I recognize there may be some benefit for having public discussion, of course, but not everything requires it be done in this format. So let's have some internal meetings.
Yep.
Everybody's nodding, so we're in agreement on that. Good. And so.
We should all start at 10 o'clock at night.
Okay, so let's work on that and try to define, because if we do have a work session, we want to know what it is we're talking about. We have as much notice, because it rarely works well to be surprised by topics, right? So, Councilmember Joy and Councilmember Neese, I recognize you. You're right. I apologize. That was a long time ago. Councilmember Neese, Councilmember Joy.
Thank you. Actually, this is for a question for Tom and the motion you made, Tom, because this has directly to do what Councilmember Owen is saying, because I can't support this coming back to us at a business session. We need to be able to see this at a work session. And so is your motion to bring it back to us as a work session, or is your motion to bring it back as a full resolution ready to approve?
My motion was to have it on a business session before the end of August.
Okay.
It does not preclude being on a work session prior to that.
Okay. Yeah, I can't support that unless I know it's going to be on a work session prior to that. So if you want to amend your motion to include a work session prior, then I could support this initiative. But it needs to come back to a work session for us to actually.
Councilmember Epsis, can you do that? I'm not hearing any objection from staff or anybody else. And you get you one more vote, guaranteed. We all heard it. 2 votes.
Tom, you got an open check now. Write what you want.
Okay, Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I think maybe what would be smart to use our time effectively, if we're going to look at this, is for us to get a good sense of what areas are open to really be amended and changed, and what areas where if we have an agreement about the amount of money that's going to be set aside, that might not be an area where there's very much that can be changed without starting over. So maybe we as council members need to set down the priorities for how we'd like this to move forward, and just look at the areas where there are things that we have a passion for that can change, that we think are important, but maybe there are other areas where it really isn't. And I get from Councilmember Repsis's comments that, if we're signing an MOU, that's probably, is the council going to tear an MOU apart in order to figure out how to do that differently? Maybe that's an area where it's already been decided and we have to just look at areas where we can have an impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion before we proceed to a vote? Okay, ready to vote?
Can you clarify the motion?
Yeah, so the motion is what is in the council initiative proposal form with one amendment, Florida-friendly amendment, which is that the motion said, I move to direct staff to convert the submitted document into a resolution and then bring it back to council for adoption or vote, I guess, during a business meeting before the end of August 2023, and that it come before the council in a work session before that business meeting. So that's the motion. Okay? If in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And if opposed, say nay. So motion passes. Got marching orders, a lot of work ahead, but thank you for your hard work on everybody who participated in
Mayor, can I
generating the
clarify
document.
just a couple things? One was, it sounds like a good chunk of you are out the 31st. The staff will be devastated if we're not having a meeting on the 31st, but let's not.
I can be out.
Should we not be thinking about a meeting on the 31st, but instead, we did have back-to-back work sessions.
Yeah, who's going to be gone? Who knows they're going to be gone on August 31st? 1, 2,
3, 4.
3, 4. So it'd be a pretty thin work session.
And cram everything through that night.
Yeah.
So we'll continue to move forward. My other thing, and I will do this from the road if you want, which is, do we put the draft on the work session last on the agenda a week from tonight to at least get some direction, especially when I look at the top part of this, right? That each component of this resolution concept, if the general project overview is off, we really want to know that, yesterday. If the, guiding principles are off, so the goal wouldn't be a week from tonight, you would resolve this, but maybe you could take and collectively give some feedback. I will not be at that meeting, but that would help us keep moving forward rather than this whole thing waiting until, a month from now or 3 weeks from now.
Councilmember Ripsis, what do you think about that? We'll be in a position to have a document circulated at that stage.
I've got a document circulated already.
Yeah.
And Chris has got Chat GPT all over it. So if he thinks it's ready, then yeah, let's start the discussion as soon as possible.
Okay, Councilmember Owen.
Are there anything on the 17th that could get moved? I see there's like at least one question mark item. Is that, can we free up a little time?
Sure, Kevin sent it to me earlier.
I don't think we want to rush the crime prevention stuff.
No.
I know Councilmember
Correct.
Parrington will need 2 hours to talk street conversion, so.
It's a real easy one for me.
Yeah, sometimes they can take 10 minutes. If you know where you're going to be. So what do we have there? We've got some criminal justice stuff. We've got we really should not push any longer. We already pushed the one-way conversions from like 3 weeks ago to this one, but I don't think that's a lengthy conversation.
There's something on here about HRDC?
Oh, HRDC has asked if they could come. We could move them to a future meeting. They want to share their kind of programs.
And then whether or not council wants to change TIF policy.
Yeah, TIF policy, actually that we
could
already
do that
had an
another
internal
night, right?
conversation to move that.
So then that would leave us with street conversion.
The public
Family
safety.
justice and SEPTED.
Yep.
And the parks.
Yep. I just
Okay.
asked you to understand what staff is going to do between now and the packet going. You've got it. You've got 90% of what the draft is, or 98% of what the draft is.
So don't wait until July 17th. Go ahead and start having these internal discussions, especially if they involve third parties, because we want to make sure that our partners, so to speak, are involved in the discussion. So, okay, I'm hearing moving forward July 17th with some sort of a document.
Okay. I assume there'll be follow-up to that will not be completed that night, but.
Yeah, at least start more detailed discussion, so.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else? Nobody else has an initiative?
I can come up with.
Yeah, we can. Then, before Councilor Tricky is given a chance to think, we are adjourned.